Good evening, Lori, and thank you for volunteering for consideration to be part of the golf committee.
Sure.
I'm going to back away since I know where you live. You may know where I live.
And I know where you live.
And I feel like maybe some people who don't know that should have the chance to lead the discussion. So, John, that's not you. I know you know too. So, James, Dan, Fred, you want to talk to Lori?
Sure. Lori, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you today?
Pretty good. So thank you for applying. Obviously, it would be great. Looking at the email, you would be a terrific asset based on kind of your experience with golf. If there was one thing that we could do better at Highlands, what do you think it would be?
I think it would be to help the women advocate for themselves a little bit more. I was talking to Helen Bosley, is the one who suggested I apply for this, and I've been involved with women's golf organizations in the past, and I think, yeah, they could use a strong advocate.
Cool. Good enough for me. Thanks, Suzanne.
Dan, Fred? One of you?
We'll go. No.
Go ahead,
sure.
Dan.
Hi, Lori. Sorry, I was just rereading your email there. I wanted to. So I'll say thank you as well. And it looks like we have the neighborhood's well represented near the golf course tonight. I guess in addition to one of the I don't want to call it a complaint, but one of the concerns we always have with Makefield Highlands is revenue generation. I could see attracting more women if they're underserved at the golf course right now as a great way to generate revenue. Just based on what you just said there, but is there anything else? What do you have for ideas in terms of what you'd like to see at the golf course, whether it's golfing related or anything else there?
Right. Well, I think that really it's been evolving. I think the management team has done a fantastic job over the past 3 to 5 years of really evolving it into a much more, it seems like, diverse revenue generating organization. And based on the budget, it's great that we got rid of the debt. And I think everyone's looking for a fresh start. I don't have any specific ideas. I think that continuing to keep a diversified source of revenue, like the tracking system, whatever that's called there, I think that would be a great opportunity to, and I know they're trying to market that from a social standpoint, like women would love that. So, parties, whatever, we can figure out a way to market that better within even the women's league on Monday nights, which is I play there.
Good ideas. I really don't have too many questions. It's nice to have some fresh blood with new ideas coming in who are active users and may find ways to attract more people to generate more revenue. So I'm all for it. So thank you.
You're welcome. I did have a question for you all. I was trying to find like a mission or a charter for this committee, but what are your expectations for members of the committee? Just provide feedback.
If every committee could come up with a mission and a charter, that would be a great thing.
I'm not volunteering.
I'll jump in, Fred. I don't mean to take away your time to talk to Lori, but as we see the groups of residents who volunteer, right, wherever role they're fitting, it is to help that group be as effective as possible. So in terms of the golf course, right, we had struggled for some time with revenue. I think that's increasing. There is some, I think, additional opportunities there. So that's, I think, to my mind anyway, when I think about what we want to do with the golf, we want to make sure that we are maximizing the appropriate use of the course and also planning for its future, right? We know that like any other thing, it's going to need to be maintained. The irrigation system is going to need to be looked at. So people who can be thoughtful about putting together a program to keep those things in mind in conjunction with the professionals that manage the golf course.
Okay, good.
Fred, did you want to talk to Lori?
Other than thanking you for applying and getting involved, You have my vote. So I look for a positive outcome to tonight's meeting as far as appointments to the golf committee are concerned. Thank you again, Lori.
Okay, you're quite welcome.
Okay.
I'm excited to get to know it a little bit more. I did attend one meeting, just sat in on one, so.
Perfect.
Now, Lori, I only have one question. Did Helen talk to you after she talked to me or before?
I don't know.
Because I spoke with Helen October timeframe, and she was looking for other females on the board, and we
Mhm.
talked through the list of folks. So I don't know if I inadvertently volunteered you or not.
Oh,
So
you could have, but we actually ended up, we played with Helen one time.
Okay.
Unless she really was crafty and set that up somehow. I think it was just happenstance that we ended up getting paired with her, and we enjoyed that.
So yeah, obviously I have a whole host of, Lori's been my longtime neighbor, longtime friend, and recipient of many of my cookies. So I
It's
do want to
Christmas
shout out, they
time.
are
It's
solid.
Christmas time, yeah. Mhm.
Huh?
It is Christmas time, John. Just
Yeah, I
saying.
know, I haven't, I haven't had a chance to bake. The only guidance I would suggest, and you know, obviously I talk to you all the time, thinking about that on terms of diverse revenue, we've made some strides in food and beverage, and the food and beverage is up a little bit this year, which was good. We brought in some folks and we made some changes. I think there's still more to be done there to get the revenue where we need there. And if it's flipping out the clientele, if we get more female golfers and they're more willing to spend for food and beverage, then that's a great win, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
And then obviously balancing some of the capital questions. I think that's going to be likely more a challenge in upcoming years. There'll be more interest on not just things like bunker repair, irrigations, and standard stuff, but there'll probably be larger issues coming up on tap too as well. So those are the areas I would say think about some and be willing to push back hard on the management company to keep them in
Okay.
line. That's my advice. And now you have my vote.
got it.
So
Right. And if there are no other questions, and Lori, if you have no other questions for us, have a good night.
I think I'm good. Great.
Okay.
Great. Thanks very much. Have a good meeting.
You too. Thank
bye.
you. So just a reminder, I believe we're all live right now, so. Hi, Zach. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, of course. We're always pleased when residents volunteer to help move our various committees forward. I just wanted to say that, I think in part because Supervisor Lewis has been so eloquent recently with his request for people to volunteer for our various committees. We have a lot of interest in golf. And so as we talk to you tonight, I would ask you to think about if there are other committees as well that you might be interested in volunteering, or if golf is your solo passion at this time. So have you had an opportunity to see or attend any of the golf meetings?
I have. I have watched quite a few of them online. I know they're virtual now. And I've been able to see, quite a few of them and kind of get the feel for exactly kind of what's going on currently. A lot of them obviously deal with the budget, and that's upcoming for the new year. So I've been able to see them and kind of get a feel for what's going on.
Yeah, and so does that, since you had that, opportunity to see that, do you have any like initial ideas that you think might be things for the committee to consider, or areas that you'd like to, get involved with?
I really like what the golf course is doing with their food and beverage operation currently. I'd like to see that expanded. A lot more outings. The weddings that they've been able to get there. I'd love to see that really honed in on, because I think that's a really great value for the golf course. And having been in the golf course industry for a few years out of college, I've pretty much done everything there is to do at a golf course. I've looked at every kind of budget you can imagine for a golf course. And if you can hone in on some of those outing events and those weddings, banquets, those are great revenue for your F&B. And that's generally where the golf course will struggle. Trying to break even is food and beverage. People love to come and play golf. In getting them to stay, getting them to eat, getting them to host events at your golf course, that's what takes your food and beverage operation to the next level. And then you can really start to make some money in that category. So my initial idea would be to really generate the buzz for those outings and those events at the golf course, because I think that's a great place where the golf course has a lot of opportunity. They're getting there, they're moving in that direction, but the ceiling is really high there. So I think that's something that can definitely be taken advantage of.
Great, it makes sense to me. Do any of the other supervisors want to ask some questions? John, you want to talk to Zach?
Sure. I actually agree with you on a lot of your initial assessment about the golf course, so appreciate that. Would
Sure.
you be amenable to a situation where you might not get voted on tonight, but potentially in a couple months when another person departs the board?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So my relationship with Makefield Highlands goes back to its inception. I grew up playing that golf course. I'm still friends with some of the former head golf professionals from the golf course. I don't get to play as much now with two young kids, but this is kind of my opportunity to be engaged with it. So if any point that comes up, I'm always open to it. If it's not tonight, if it's a few months down the road, I'm absolutely always open to it, because this golf course is a place that's special to me. And I want to see it succeed and do great and really be a staple in the township and in the community here. So always open to the opportunity would be the answer.
Okay. Those are my primary questions.
You done? Okay. Fred, Dan?
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Fred. Well, first of all, again, thank you, Zach, for coming out and volunteering for this position. Just looking at your resume, you have an ideal skill set, to be honest, for a golf committee. As a golf form, are you still a golf pro? Do you have your pro card?
I'm not. Nope.
No.
Pharmaceuticals now.
Yeah.
But out of college, I was a golf pro. I worked at golf courses that were run by management companies, golf courses that were run by townships, and private golf courses. So I've done the gamut. I've seen a lot of stuff. I know what works in what sector. and where you can kind of, like I say, take advantage of some of those opportunities. And I still have a lot of relationships with the people that I was in the industry with. So I always have them to pick their brains as well.
That's nice to have that network. The couple of your jobs pre-pharmaceuticals that are interesting to me for the golf course are the two contracting positions that you had, the project manager roles. Was that in the golf world, or was that? I'm always
It was
interested in
not.
contracting because the way you look at construction projects and budgets, and I know when we have some pretty big, well, I'll call them maintenance projects, but pretty big infrastructure projects at the golf course coming up. I'm
Right.
very interested in how you look at those.
Yeah, so ran a roofing company for a better part of 2 years. Started as a sales rep and ended up opening up 2 branches of my own within the company there. And yeah, all of it was budgeting, right? So you're opening up a new branch, and your main focus is initially keeping overhead as low as possible and generating high revenue. So starting those up was basically strictly budget and getting those prepared. So those are the first things I look at whenever I make a budget, is initially what's your overhead, what's your cost, and then how do we generate more revenue than there's going to be cost, and where can we cut it if we need to. So when I make a budget and then I run the project, you've got to check in with your budget often and follow along with it, because where you're meeting it or you're missing it, you need to know early to compensate rather than letting it linger and find out later that you missed it. So with the golf course, obviously, projects of that size, I am comfortable running projects of that size. You can see I moved on to another contracting company where I did kind of couple $100,000 to $1 million projects. They were interior commercial projects, but same thing. You've got to stay on them, stay focused, and make sure you're following up with everything along the way to make sure you're hitting those budgets.
Well, I don't have anything else to ask you. I just think your background, your skill sets are make you uniquely qualified to be a member of the team, whether it's tomorrow or 2 months from now. I think you'd be a great asset. So
I appreciate that.
So thank you again for giving us your time. I know how much time it takes having 2 little kids myself, so appreciate you taking some extra time for this.
Oh, absolutely. Happy to do it.
Thank you.
Fred, do you have anything, or should I just pass it to our liaison, James McCartney?
I just always appreciate somebody stepping up, especially with the experience that you have, Zach. So I appreciate that. I echo everybody else that's come before me. It's just I think it's a matter of when, not if. So appreciate you stepping up, and just be a little patient if necessary. And I think we're going to find a place for it on the golf committee. But being what I just said, there is the liaison that still wants to speak. So if it's all right with the chair, I'll pass it on to James.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Suzanne. Zach, thank you so much for applying. Just to circle back a little bit of what you were talking about, the deficiency that you see at Highlands kind of being the food and beverage piece of it. And I think that you've seen historically that happens at other courses. Any experience with some of those other courses, maybe doing some type of, public, private / kind of joint venture in these facilities in order to generate some type of revenue?
I never dealt with anything where we brought in a different company to kind of generate that.
Okay.
I never dealt with anything like that. I was part of initiatives to just kind of drive that and really market that.
Sure.
Because obviously that's what you're really just trying to grab a market share of what's out there, weddings, banquets, all that kind of stuff. So just being face front is one of the key, just letting people know it's available, obviously, is the first part. But then kind of showing and generating the marketing to show what it's capable of as well. Because one thing to know you can do it, it's another thing to know what it's capable of for your specific need. So a lot of those initiatives I was a part of, but yeah, everywhere you go, food and beverages is the one. Okay, if you can generate revenue well there and you're doing well there, the golf course will succeed. It will do well.
Sure. Yeah, and I think I can speak for the township that the managing company has done an amazing job at the golf piece of it. Obviously, with bringing in Top Tracer and the amount of rounds, the way that they run, the course. I'm sure that you've had great experiences there, as many people have, but it's always been that food part that kind of, sticks to it. And I think that they've tried some different ideas. I'm not sure how successful it's been, but I always wonder if at some point we come to the realization that it's not something that we need help with that piece of it, right?
Yeah.
So we need somebody else that knows that segment, that knows that market, that it's either knows restaurants or knows, small plate brewery, something that has strength in that marketplace that then can strengthen that part of the golf course. So
Sure.
it's interesting to see if anybody else is, has that format or that you've seen that.
Yeah, there was only one place that I ever dealt with semi-regularly. They put a Ruth Chris Steakhouse in their clubhouse.
Okay.
And that was what they did. And they had a contract with Ruth Chris. And then that's kind of, they worked with them. I'm not exactly sure what the contract details were with it. But they kind of scrapped their food and beverage basically down to here's a hot dog shack and stuff where you can get
Sure.
some drinks here and there. But if you want something to eat, you can go to the restaurant. And that was, kind of separate.
Was it a private club or was it a public course?
It was a public golf course, but I guess semi-private is the terms everybody wants to use now. So
Sure.
they have a golf course where you could pay and basically you were a member of that golf course, but there was also a public golf course. So they had 36 holes there, one open to the public, one not. And then they used the Ruth Chris as kind of their main restaurant.
And do you know what the success of that was?
Well, let's see. So I was there in 2014 and I know it's still there. So.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm sure Ruth Chris isn't. They're not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna pick up.
No.
Pick up steaks. Not to be funny.
But it's a community as well. So they have all the houses in there, and
okay, so it's more.
They generate a lot of interest because of that. It's right in the neighborhood.
Where do you know where?
Yeah, it's in Maryland. So right outside Ocean City.
Okay.
Glen Riddle, it's called.
Glen Riddle was the name of it. Cool.
Glen Riddle
Okay.
is the name of the golf course, and that's what.
That's it. The resume is, as Supervisor Grenier says, is amazing. You would be an awesome asset to it, and hopefully, like I said, if for the other supervisors said, if it's not available this go around, mill around. Ironically, 10 years ago, when I first applied for a position as a volunteer at Lower Makefield, it was for the golf course, and the supervisors didn't have a spot in golf, but they had a spot in zoning. So they threw me into zoning based on my background. And I was there for about 7 years, but I really wanted to do golf, but I think your strength is at golf. I don't think you're a zoning kind of guy. So
yeah, golf is kind of my thing.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time in it. Tony is my next door neighbor though. So.
Oh, is he really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Has he tried recruiting you yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely done his part for you. That's for sure.
Well,
But
he's doing his job. Yeah, I think you're the better asset at golf. I think we'll all agree to that.
Yeah,
that's all I have. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, James. And there's no further questions. Thank you, Zach. We'll be in touch.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Have a great night.
You too.
So we have 2 minutes before the actual meeting starts, so go rev your engines. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 15th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting here in the Township of Lower Makefield. There being a quorum present, I call the meeting to order, and I would ask that you join with me and rise in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the roll. John, are you here?
Here.
Thank you. James?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Fred?
I'm here.
Thank you. Dan?
Here.
Okay, we're all here. I would remind everybody that we take public comment on agenda items at the time that they are discussed. And also, if you are following along at home, whether it be through Facebook, YouTube, or TV, there is a little bit of a delay. So if you want to call in to comment on something, please call in a few minutes early and you will be placed in the waiting room, and we will get you as soon as public comment opens up on that agenda item or regular public comment. With that, Kurt, agenda item number 4, is there any COVID-19 update?
I do not have an update for this evening.
Thank you very much. Then we are on to agenda item number 5, which is community announcements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a reminder, during this portion of the agenda, residents and youth organizations may call in to make a special announcement, or you can contact the township at admin@lmt.org to request a special announcement be added to a future agenda. The Parks and Recreation Department would like to hear from you. A community needs assessment has been launched. To learn more about what issues may be important to you, we encourage you to go on and take the survey. It takes about 5 minutes and allows for comments. Please feel free to take your time and provide the township your ideas for parks, facility, maintenance, and programming. Stay tuned for a community workshop in February as part of this project, and you can find that survey on our website at www.lmt.org. I believe that we are currently over 600 responses at this point, which we're thrilled with. The more, the better. Pack 95 will recycle your broken string Christmas lights. You can drop them off at the Big Oak Sitco, which is at 812 Big Oak Road, December 11th through January 11th, 2022. You can contact Jonies, JONIES 120@gmail.com. The styrofoam and recycling event, which will include wine corks, amber white plastic prescription containers, and alkaline household batteries, Saturday, January 8th at 10 a.m. to noon, right outside the township building. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do any supervisors have any additional public announcements? Is there anybody on the line? Okay, then with that, we are moving along to agenda item number 7, the treasurer's report. Sorry, I am going back to agenda item number 6, counting not my strong suit.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes for December 1st, 2021.
Thank you, John. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, James. Any discussion?
Yeah, Suzanne, can I ask a clarifying question on just one piece of the minutes?
Sure, Dan.
And this is, sorry, I don't see it. There's no page number on it, so I'm trying to look for a reference, but it's near the beginning. Where it says removal of item 10A, tree ordinance update discussion and consideration. I thought we had officially moved to table that item rather than remove it from the agenda. I don't know if that makes a difference to the minutes or not, but I just wanted to clarify that one.
I don't remember. I just know, I don't remember the exact words. I'm assuming that it was transcribed correctly, but I almost don't know that it matters because either way, we're here tonight to discuss it. So I don't know how to get clarification on that. I will say that, yes, Dave. Is Dave saying something?
Yeah, my only thought, I do recall that the motion, I think, was to defer to today's meeting. I think that's what we discussed.
Yeah, my understanding was to defer until the EAC met and could provide their formal comments
Right.
back.
Well, I can tell you that since I don't remember what I said, but I was in fact the mover. And I was under the weather. I'll take that as my excuse for not remembering. My intent was to move it to tonight so that we could discuss it. At the time, it was hoped that the EAC would be able to have their feedback to us. They have delivered their feedback, although it has not officially been adopted yet, so we do have it. So it will be up for discussion tonight. And we do have 2 members of the EAC here already, so I assume that they're here to talk about it, so.
Okay, I don't want to get into that discussion. I know that's an item on the agenda. I just want to make sure the minutes are clear, that's all.
Thank you, Dan. Any other discussion on the minutes?
Well, I guess my question is if we have a misunderstanding of what the minutes intent is.
We can wait till the next meeting to, I guess, review the record, the transcribed record, and then if you want to approve it in January, you could do that just to make sure. I don't think there's any harm in that. That would be my suggestion. I mean, I have a specific recollection, but I'm not saying mine is correct either. So I don't want to substitute what I think, what I recall for what may be in the transcribed record. So you could wait till your organization is January 3rd. So you could wait till then if you want. I mean, it's up to you folks to explore that.
As the maker of the motion, I guess I can withdraw my motion.
Sure. Yep. You can.
Madam Chair, just in the interest of clarification, to withdraw the motion.
It makes perfect sense. So do we need the person who seconded to also join in on that?
Technically, you probably should.
James, would you agree to the
Sure.
withdrawal? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
then we will postpone the approval of the minutes, or at least the consideration of the approval of the minutes from the December 1st meeting until the next meeting. Thank you, everyone. All right, we're up to the treasurer's report now, this time. Fred?
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the November payroll and interfund transfers in the amount of $940,917.80.
Thank you. Is there a
So-
second?
Second, if you didn't,
It's hard to tell what you guys, one's talking with the other's waving. I'm going to give it to
Oh.
Dan.
sure.
Dan's got the second. Is there any discussion? Any public comment? Being none, I call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Fred?
All right, and I will make a motion to approve the warrant list for December in the amount of $826,573.38.
Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you, Dan. Is there any discussion? Any public comment?
No
With that-
public comment at this time.
Thank you. Then with that, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
aye.
Excellent. The motion passes 5-0. Okay, with that, we're on to agenda item number 8, finance. And the first is consider approval of resolution number 2461, fixing the tax rates and special levies and adopting the 2022 budget. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Dan. I saw you, I heard you, and I saw Fred, so I'm going to go with Fred in the second. And we'll open it up to discussion. Any discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
I'm sorry, would you like to discuss it?
Yes.
Okay,
So on page 18, fund number 3, there's a hiring of a fire services director. And I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to reduce the 2022 budget amount from 95 to 75 to reflect the delayed hiring of a fire service director until March 2022, and to require the township manager to develop a 90-day onboarding plan for the new fire services director. The reason for this is one of the number one issue we heard when we heard from Fire Chief Chamberlain was the lack of volunteers. Yet that wasn't listed in the essential duties and responsibilities for the new fire service director. And I want the job description updated to reflect this primary need, and that the new fire service director present a marketing and onboarding plan to address the volunteer gap. I'd also like to see the job description update to include coordinating with neighboring municipalities for enhanced fire service and mutual aid. Would that amendment be acceptable to the maker of the motion?
I'll accept that so we can discuss it.
And we need approval on the second as well?
May I add something?
Sure.
So the hiring of the fire services director in the budget would not be anticipated to take place until April 1st. The amount budgeted for the fire services director for 2022 is $75,000. The other $20,000 of that would be for other part-time workers that we have hired, that we still have hired, that do commercial inspections. So the salary for the fire services director is reflective of a prorated amount for 9 months for 2022.
Thank you for that clarification.
With that, could I amend my motion to leave the amount in, but contingent on updating, having the township manager developing a 90-day onboarding plan for the new fire service director, and updating the job description to include coordinating with neighboring municipalities, enhanced fire service and mutual aid. So it's a non-dollar change to the budget, but it makes it contingent on those things being completed.
I understand it. Does the seconder to the motion accept the amendment?
With the consent of the board, I will accept the amendment.
I'm sorry, Fred, could you repeat that for me?
I said, with the consent of the board, I will accept the amendment.
Okay, is there consent of the board to accept the amendment? I'm sorry, now we have a question from Kurt.
I'm
Clarify.
sorry. So that is one of the essential duties of the job. So we have items in here, monitor volunteer firefighter response, gaps in coverage, and explore greater regional volunteer coverage if necessary and possible with Lower Makefield.
But there's no request for a marketing plan to get new volunteers, and that's tangential, and it's listed in about 15 other things. That was the primary need that we heard, and that should be a primary function in the job description.
Well, I mean, respectfully, it is a primary need. However, the scope of the job is as such that it's not limited to that. So the job description, which is 4 pages long.
Right now, I understand that. What I'm looking for is a 90-day onboarding plan for that person. And I want a marketing plan for volunteers. That was the primary ask that we got. So one of the challenge here is,
I'm sorry, but the volunteers did not ask for a marketing plan. What the volunteers had said is,
no, they
they've
said that
they've instituted incentives and cash for things, and they've done a variety of things. So I would imagine the volunteer chief, while not a marketing person, would work within the parameters of how you go about recruiting volunteers as part of the duty, which I think is
they
reflected.
said they were.
Okay, I'm going to ask you
Point
both
of order,
to stop
point of
at
order,
this
please.
moment in
Hold
time,
on, I'm
because we
sorry.
have,
I'm sorry, because I've been
we
getting
have a-
calls about this, and I really do want to answer this. It's not just about 10 volunteers short. That's not the issue. The issue then ends up being that we have gaps in coverage on certain times of day that you could go get 10. But that doesn't mean then if you get
Fully
10
understand.
professional people that they fill the gap in coverage. So a marketing plan, while I understand what you're asking for a person to start to develop a marketing plan, they will develop a recruitment strategy. But a marketing plan, which I think of somewhat differently, that would be certainly one of the core things of the job, would be to figure out how you can go about getting regional cooperation for volunteers as well as attracting volunteers.
So the
okay,
point for
I'm
my
going to, we
amendment- pardon,
can't
the
actually
point of-
discuss it yet, John, because it hasn't, your desire to amend the motion hasn't been accepted yet.
It was accepted by the primary maker of the motion.
But we learned from the earlier motion that you needed from the second as well. And Fred has said he will consent if the majority of the board consents, so he has not yet consented. And so I have to find out if the majority of the board consents to this amendment. So with that, I will call the question. Does the majority of the board,
Okay.
does the majority of the board consent to the amendment of the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Nay,
Nay.
the amendment fails.
However, can I please address something?
Surely.
So I understand if you think that that is incomplete in the job description.
Right.
I understand your desire, and I can
Right.
tell you that person hired, one of their responsibilities will be to come up with strategies for going about recruiting volunteers, both whether that be include locally or regionally, and that will be done.
Okay, so you're telling me you're okay with what I'm suggesting?
I'm telling you that I'm saying it's already written in there that they are going to be creating a recruitment strategy. You're calling it a marketing or an onboarding part of this to
Got it.
lead them in. So I'm saying in the end, one of the primary responsibilities of the job will be to work with the volunteer company to find ways to recruit volunteers.
I asked for two separate things, okay? The first was a 90.
So the motion has failed.
Right?
So we have the thing that we're
We've allowed the
discussing.
Township manager to speak, right? So I get to address his comments.
Well, I do keep trying to ask you both to follow the rules, and I do think that, thank you, sir. So I think you've also made your point. You'd like to see some additions made. I'm sure the manager will take that into consideration. So with that, I think we're at the place where the motion has been made. Is there discussion on the motion to approve the, yes, Dan?
And I don't want to belabor this particular issue. Clarifying question on the on the budget specific to that hire. So in 2022, you've allotted 75,000 for a prorated salary. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just want to make sure I heard. So that means in 23 it would be closer to 100 or more. Probably
100, 101, right around there. Yes.
Okay, with benefits would all in would be obviously more than that with benefits. Is there a plan? Is there a plan similar to what was done in Newtown to get away from the volunteer group that worked with Newtown Borough and move towards hiring in-house staff in the
No.
future? Is that the reason
No.
for this, or are
No.
we going to stick with because?
No, the plan is to use the fire services director in an attempt to have a facilitator to do everything we can to boost volunteer service. So because I've got calls about this as well, so I'll make sure I answer it. That service area is Lower Makefield and it's Yardley Borough. So in the end, if there's a shortfall that we've identified, gaps, shortfalls, what have you, that's obvious that would be the case for Yardley as well. So in the end, this position will have the benefit to Yardley, but they would be, in examining those shortfalls, would be examining that under that framework for both communities. There is not a plan to hire paid firefighters. We all have seen the reports regarding the status from the Bucks County Planning Commission on volunteers. There are increasingly towns that have hired positions like this and deputy directors, deputy chiefs to stay out in front of this issue if there continues to be problems with volunteers. Can I say 10 years from now what will be the state of volunteer service in Lower Mayfield? I can't. I think we know the trend that has happened, and the idea of bringing someone on is to have a person reporting to the township on what the status of that is, where there's issues, what have you. It is not a plan to, in fact, part of this, I've had discussions with the volunteer company. They are in favor of the position, and they think they are cooperative to the extent that they understand that there's problems, and having someone quarterback this process is welcomed.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think I'd support that concept too. My only concern, and I think you just cleared it up for me, so I appreciate that, is that we don't do something that puts Yardley Borough in a precarious situation with respect to fire services by going a different route. I know that's occurred in a
Is there
couple other times.
anything else on this issue, Dan or Fred or James?
Suzanne, Dan's done. Oh, go ahead, Fred.
No, it's actually, Dan has a good question. Kurt, can you explain how this will affect Yardley Borough?
I think Yardley Borough would be a direct beneficiary of the position. I mean, we've not asked for them to pay for any of this position. The Yardley Makefield Fire Company serves both of those communities. So in the end, an examination of shortfalls is applicable to both communities. So when there is an effort to try to encourage more people locally to volunteer, or there's an effort to try to come up with better regional participation to serve all these towns, that would include Yardley, would not just be specific to Lower Makefield. Now, this position would do things specific to Lower Makefield in terms of commercial inspections, in terms of plan reviews, and honestly, I will give an example, and relative to what you're talking about, Dan. Years ago, one of the things Newtown Borough asked the township when I was there, we do an inspection of every commercial property in the township. We do that here. We did that in Newtown. In Newtown, the borough asked the township, would we be willing to have our staff inspect their commercial properties, that they would set the fee up, give us the fee, and then they knew that all of their commercial buildings were inspected. If I believe we're cooperating the way we should, I think those possibilities would be available to Yardley Borough businesses to do those types of inspections to ensure that that whole entire area is safe and getting annual inspections. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there that would benefit Yardley. That's literally no direct cost for them to initiate that, and opens the opportunity up for a qualified person to have these discussions with them on how they can protect themselves even more.
James?
I didn't have any questions regarding this. I had another question, so I just want to make sure that this is.
Yeah, the motion failed, but I'm trying to find a nice balance between getting people information and moving on, so.
Okay. Well, I'm ready to move on. As if everybody else is.
Yes. I'm sorry, I thought James was trying to say something.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I'm ready to move on from this. If as long as everybody else is, I had something else that I wanted to bring up regarding the budget.
Go ahead.
Kurt, I'm trying to find it, but specifically, and I think it falls underneath expenditures. I think it's line item 400, central government. Is that where your salary is included?
Is there a motion for this, Madam Chair?
I think he's asking a question
Okay.
so that he can.
I'm sorry, you're asking where my pay is?
Yeah, out of the expenditures. I just see is it grouped in line item 400?
So yeah, we have departments. So in central government would be me, my assistant, would include the recording secretary as such. Yes, those three positions, correct.
And specifically for your salary, going into the 2022 budget, the increase in salary was what percent?
So we discussed this very much in passing at the meeting. So for department heads for 2022, of which, so I have an employment agreement from July of 2020 that it indicated any consideration for pay would come now. But in the budget, what is in there for all department heads that I just put in for myself was 3%.
Okay.
Consistent with what they had.
And that includes yourself, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I want to make a motion to amend that to a 5% increase for the township manager.
Second. Any discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Call the question on the motion to that specific amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising their hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Fred, James, and Suzanne. All those opposed?
No.
Opposed?
John, Dan, motion carries 3-2. Are there any other discussion items on the first portion, item A?
So, do you want to go, Dan, or I heard you first? So.
No, Suzanne, I was gonna
So-
maybe, and this. Sorry,
Yes, John, thank you for helping, but
Yeah.
I'll take care of that. but
she's
go
got
ahead, Dan.
it. No, it was more of a clarifying question because in addition
Sure.
to just the budget, right? We have
Mhm.
there's the sort of the corollaries. There was special levies, tax rates, et cetera. Are there any specific in this? Because I know we look at specific items in future sections of this discussion under finance. Are there any like where we have our specific fees or specific rates other than the millages that go with our different funds? Is there anything else considered in here in this group?
I'm not sure I understand the specific grasp of your question. Fees are incorporated into the budget. So there is a fee resolution following the budget consideration that would support what is in here to a large extent. I mean, a lot of these fees are estimated and assumed building permit fees, what have you. There's an aggregate number in here, but that the fees and sort would be in the fee resolution, which is
that item D?
that would be that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear on all that stuff. That's all.
Thank you, Dan.
And then specific to the budget, if someone else wants to go, they can. I do have a couple questions.
So, I mean, just to be clear, right, it's all the budget, but we're just on A. So.
I know. I just want to make sure
Yeah,
I'm asking the right
So let's
section.
try to do it systematically, right? If you have anything that you want to make a motion to amend, I would ask that you make it now, and then I'll move back to
Okay, no,
Supervisor
that's
Lewis,
fair.
who I suspect may have more to talk about.
Sure. So I would.
you.
So I'll make a motion to remove the Park and Rec admin assistant from the 2022 budget.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify, well, actually, is there any discussion?
Just discussion.
Thank you.
So now the reason for my thinking is, we have very good Park and Rec staff. We know that. We are hiring a pool manager that won't be a 12-month full-time job specific to the pool. Obviously, some percentage of that will be. And we have experienced staff that have been pool managers that have and other things, and we do, we do take full advantage of interns. So I would prefer that we did not hire an additional admin assistant specific to Park and Rec, as I think with the additional pool hire, we'll be able to function accordingly. With that, and that'll take some burden off of our budget.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I agree with that. One of the challenges is when you add additional staff, it's hard to remove them in out years. And it'd be better to use interns where possible, or in many cases where we can drive more of the transactions away from the phone and more of them online. So getting people to renew online, getting them to go online first before calling the township. And again, I concur with Supervisor Grenier about, we have a full-time pool director coming on this year, as well as use of interns, so.
Yeah, and I'll just, signal my opposition to the motion by saying, I'm going to have to rely on our professionals. And, specifically as we're talking about Parks and Rec, I think Monica created the internship program. For a while, they all had to rhyme with Monica, but putting that aside, I think she does a tremendous job of making sure we have as much volunteer staff as we can. But thanks to the community center and all the opportunities people have now to participate in different yoga, goat yoga, I'm not a fan, whatever, all these different things. Like, we need this staff to support the services our residents are asking for. So I fully support the new position. I'll leave it at that. Any public comment?
No
That
public
call-
comment at this time.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails with John and Dan in favor and James, Fred, and Suzanne in opposition. Dan, it's still with you? Unless
So
you're
with me,
done?
okay. How many? So Kurt, on the we were just talking about the pool manager. Excuse me. We're still looking at 75% funded by pool revenue. Is that correct?
For year one, that is correct.
How about year two and forward?
That all of those positions like that, I would end up being in the end, if it was determined that person needed to spend more time than 75% or less, we would then base it on the actual from the first year to adjust that. That is, and we've done that in other park and rec positions over the years, where we've ended up tweaking that number as necessary depending upon the time that those staff members would spend. That's an estimate for this year that we would anticipate.
So hypothetically, I guess let's say we don't meet our pool revenue projection for whatever reason, right? And we're not able to, because of a potentially reduced pool revenue, we're only able to meet 50% or less, or something. I'm making up a number because it's round, of the new pool director's salary, agreed upon salary. That the balance of that would then shift to the park and rec budget. Is that correct?
Park and rec budget for most instances is the backstop for any shortfalls in the pool. So, in the end, you're essentially, that would be correct. That would be the backstop for a shortfall.
All right. So in the event we have a shortfall, it's a bad year, people don't sign up for whatever reason, then we have risk to the park and rec budget then, right?
We do, but I would also say that Monica and I both also actively manage that pool budget. So in the end, if we were seeing shortfalls to the extent that would have a financial impact, there are ways that we can, and I use this word carefully, sort of maneuver that budget regarding hires with guards, with things that wouldn't sacrifice safety, but that would help us save money. It's exactly what we had to do this year when we had issues with staffing and managing money. We would do that same sort of active management if we were projecting or seeing shortfalls. And we have pretty clear benchmarks of what we would expect to see with the discount registration, with certain benchmarks throughout the year to know whether or not we are facing that situation.
Okay. And we'll get some update along the way to see how we're doing, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you finished, Dan?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I move that we hold off on hiring the additional planner in 2022. And in general, is there a second for that motion before I go any further?
I'll second it for the discussion.
Sure. In general, I strongly support the capital investment to put the codes permit software online so that people can do more of their transactions online. And I definitely want to see more details on the recommended solution as we get to next year. I want to dig in a little further on that. The reason why I'm a strong supporter of that is if that reduces the overall workload from the building code team in permitting process, it may mean that we don't necessarily need an additional staff member, or we can get a half a staff member or flex with outside services. So in terms of a balance there, again, I strongly support the capital investment, and I'd rather have that done and see where we're at before we hire an additional FTE in that space.
So I'm going to remind everybody that I'm going to try to call on everybody so they have a chance to speak, and that's the process that we always follow. I usually try not to speak, but apparently I, stayed at a Holiday Inn last night. So I strongly oppose that motion. And I just want to say, in 2008, when we had the downturn and staff had to be let go, we've not rebuilt the staff, and we've grown. We've become more complex between state, federal mandates, and the needs and expectations of our neighbors have, need to be met. So just this last few weeks, right, we again I've been contacted, I'm sure other people have as well, about people, being in violation or perhaps being in violation because of short-term rentals or using their private property being used as catering facilities or whatever is going on. And we don't have the staff to do proper investigation of all these different issues. So I strongly oppose any attempt to, not give our planning department the support that it needs to do what's mandated and to do what needs to be done to keep our township from falling into the disrepair that it had been in previous years. Dan, James, or Fred, do you want to say anything? Yes, Dan?
Just a question, Kurt, another question. You had mentioned that the new fire services director will be doing some type of inspections. Is there, can you clarify the difference in the role for that particular issue between the fire services director, building code official, anyone else in the department where there are inspections of properties?
Well, the inspection of, we're talking about, I think you rolled a couple things in there. So in the end, the annual inspection of commercial properties is going through and looking at a variety of things. They would be checking push bars on doors, that they're functioning and that exits aren't blocked, and that the signs are lit up and that the fire hydrants are current. It is I don't want to say it's a cursory inspection, but it is that basic safety level inspection. The fire services director as well would be looking at projects when they're being built in assistance essentially with the building code official regarding, as an example, the location of sprinklers in buildings and their proximity to exits and what have you, the same way on projects. So that is sort of a separate, I guess you could argue, put in that's in the inspection function, but it's a specialized inspection function compared to typical building code official items. Building code official, when he goes out now, if he has a question of that sort, he would call up the part-time individual that we have to go out and consult with regarding those matters.
Okay. And the other question I have, I hear what Suzanne says, and I'm probably more sensitive to that than most, just because of what I do for a day job.
I think you're the one who told me in 2018, Dan, that this was like a top priority. I think that's how I became aware of this whole concept.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just, planners play a special role, kind of like engineers, in that they wear a lot of hats, at least in my experience. So I'm curious if we analyzed the other potential way of going about it is looking at a professional services contract with what I'll call a consulting firm or planning firm. I'm sure Andy probably, RVE probably has planners on their staff, just as an example, in that when we go that route, sometimes it's more efficient in that, you're not hiring the person. When you hire a staff person to the township or to your organization, you're getting that person and their specific skill set, good, bad, or otherwise, however extensive they are or limited they are, in either direction. When you hire a professional services firm, they might assign someone to to address your issues at the township, but you also you're not hiring that person, you're hiring the firm and all of the skill sets that they have collectively, so that if there's an issue outside of the skill set of that individual person, they can reach back to their organization and, say, hey, there's something unique here. So-and-so with that expertise, can you chime in so we have a better product?
May I answer that?
Sure.
One second, Kurt, please.
I'm sorry.
So,
okay, sure.
No, I'm almost done, I swear. So I would like to see what the cost impacts of that would be, as opposed to hiring a staff person that comes with obviously salary and benefits and everything else, but also depending on who you get, you're going to be limited to their skill set. So I want to be as thoughtful as possible about how to fulfill that role to meet all the requirements that I think Suzanne, you pointed out, right? So that's where my mind is right now, is to see what the best approach would be for us as a township.
Suzanne, may I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yes, that was evaluated. The issue is that increasingly firms do not retain planners. Oftentimes firms have engineers that have taken over essentially that planning function. The difference about this job, even if those persons were in place, is essentially the job isn't just to review big plans when they come in, right? The job is going to be to do a lot of and I hate to phrase it this way, but sort of the smaller scale, voluminous stuff that comes in, not just the large land development plans. There are firms out there that have planners to do those types of big reviews, but having someone that will essentially have a full-time function here, I know, if you talk of a planner is $80 to $95 an hour, and we have someone or a need for 40 hours a week, the cost of hiring a full-time person, even with benefits, would be more affordable than having a person of that sort. But those persons, even planning function, many of these firms have very few options for that specific function. So for us, and in that job description, you'll see the idea would be that we have a planner that assists with all parts of the operation, from coordinating the small reviews for residential projects, small residential projects, and then obviously to participate in larger projects, but to be a backup as well with code enforcement and with assistance where needed. I mean, and the only thing I'll remind the board is, we did talk about at the November 17th meeting, sort of the comparison between the township's department size, which is 4, which is several less than departments that have many fewer permits than we have. I mean, we're going to end up having between 25 and 2,600 permits this year. And I essentially have 2 staff members, really 1, that is really coordinating all of that. And I just am trying to get this where we're not suggesting, Middletown has 500 fewer permits than us and double the staff. I'm not suggesting we sit and we're grossing up the size of the department that much, just the one necessary to assist in these things. And as Suzanne had said, we have some things that the board has done, good things that the board has done that we are administering, like the Airbnb ordinance. And we have other things that have been mandated to us, like the sewer lateral ordinance, that, in the end, it's, I think it's just a need to have someone capable across the spectrum to handle all of those things, which was the recommendation for the hire.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, just one follow-up question, Suzanne, if you don't mind.
Quickly.
I will. So, quite honestly, I would love to see, if there's a way to do it, would be to put out an RFP for a planner to see what we get, and then if we get something that's reasonable, maybe go down that path, and if we don't, then we would put out a requisition to hire one, just to do a test the waters and see what we can get in a timely manner.
Thank you, Dan. Is there any more discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
And with that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay and raising your hand.
Nay.
Okay. So the motion fails. The ayes, John and Dan, and the nays, James, Fred, and myself. John, anything else?
Sure. How much would it cost to have 5 more pickup days for the recycle yard?
So I think you want to make some kind of motion? Is that
I
what
was
you're-
going to, yeah.
So,
That's the
I mean,
question.
So you're just asking the direct cost.
Yeah.
The direct cost of that would be somewhere like $12,500.
I'd like to make a motion that we add 5 additional pickup days for the recycle yard in 2022.
I'll second it just because I have a question for Kurt, Suzanne.
okay. Any
Uh,
discussion? Go ahead,
please.
Dan.
Yeah, sorry. So, Kurt, if we did that,
Mhm.
I understand the desire to offer the service. My concern is what, obviously that takes staff, but what capacity do we have at the facility to manage that so that we're still in compliance with all the rules, regulations of the Commonwealth and the federal government?
Well, I answered Supervisor Lewis's question directly, which is how much the cost would be
Right.
directly. There would be an increased burden that would involve two things. One, if we add 5 days, which I'm presuming would be weekends, those would be between, let's say, April and October, where there's maybe how many Saturdays in there? There's 18 Saturdays or something like that. As we've talked about in previous meetings, one of the things that we're directing on weekend work is inlet work that has not been necessarily a priority for whatever reason in the past, that we do that inlet work so we don't have to do it as part of the road program. So the indirect cost would be we'd have 5 less weekend days to do that work on a limited schedule. The second issue then would be with increased drop-off days like that. Typically, the following Monday ends up being an extra day that we have to dedicate staff to chipping, moving, cleaning, and having that stuff removed. So that would be, while that's not a direct cost because the guys are being paid anyways, it is a cost in terms of time available to focus on other things.
My question, and I appreciate that answer. My question is, can we get it out of the yard so that we're not getting back to a situation where we had a long-term storage and creating compliance issues? That's my main concern.
Well,
And-
I mean,
and Kurt, if I could just drop in for a second, because I think I know what Dan's trying to say, and I think maybe you guys aren't yet connected, right? The yard
Feel free to
waste-
translate.
Yeah, the yard waste process, right? Because sometimes people call it a recycle yard, and maybe that's why people were dropping off TVs and tires and refrigerators, but yard waste, because that's all that we collect. As Dan, eloquently educated me, we can't have that sitting around because of how close it is to different runoff areas and the problems that it can create. So what we have to do is mulch it up and then pay someone to take it away.
correct.
So Dan is trying to find out if we add additional days, will we be able to get all that stuff out so that we are not in a position as we had been for years of being in non-compliance?
So the answer to that would be we'd have to. So right now, for example, the days that we have to call around because increasingly a lot of the companies that used to take it don't want it anymore. Or actually, it used to be before they'd come and get it for free, but now you have to pay them to. So in the end, I mean, if there was additional days, I won't tell you we can't. I'm not going to say that. It would have to be a concerted effort to make sure that didn't happen.
Any other discussion?
Suzanne, I just have a quick question.
Sure, James?
John, what would be the advantage to the additional days?
So one of the things that I hear a lot from people is flexibility around recycling days. It's something I hear over and over and over again, whether I'm in the grocery store or walking on the bike paths. I hear that often. It's a request for service that people ask for and appreciate. And so, I mean, we really limited severely that service, and a lot of people were very unhappy with it. Now, I think there's a reasonable justification for the limitation, but I'm just asking if we could reset the balance a little bit. I know I'm not going to win the vote here. Let's just be honest. It doesn't matter. But I'm asking because a lot of people come to me and that's something they ask for. For example, I can tell you now, no one has ever come up to me in a grocery store or on the bike path and said, we desperately need to add non-native plants to our plant, to acceptable trees. That's just never happened to me. But I have heard over and over again, hey, I wish we had some more opportunities at the recycling yard. And that's what I'm looking for. Trying to balance that service a little bit to give people, what they're looking for. And
Okay.
I'm willing to do the trade-off, increase taxes. So if it's $12,000, I'm sure that's not a problem on the millage. I'm more than willing to do that. But again, I'm almost certain I'm going to get outvoted here. So I'm not not too worried about it.
Well, I just also want to make sure that the 12,000 is an accurate number, because I think the 12,000 represents having the dump open during those days on the weekend. It doesn't necessarily represent now removing that yard waste. Is that right, Kurt?
And so Supervisor McCartney, that's why I didn't offer a number with it. So I didn't want to impugn the township manager's suggestion. He's the one who suggested that to be the total cost estimate.
So as a follow-up, I guess, Kurt, what's the total true cost? Because that sounds like it's not, and I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, that would be, listen, the hauling costs could fluctuate a bit, but I mean, in the end, that would be, that's that cost. If it's off, it's not off much.
By much, okay.
And again, I'm just going to say it again. So a couple of things about the program. We've started tracking cars. We have about 800 households. They tend to be the same households that take advantage of those days. We've cleared the site out. We've done it. But again, I'll go back to the same point. For me, the issue ends up being the utilization of the staff. Our Public Works Department we're not a big department. There's 12 guys. And, we have limited time to do a variety of things. We've tried to repurpose what's been done in the past to do more of this road work as we have in the budget and has been discussed in our road program. The plan this year is to have a Public Works Department pave 0.3 of a mile, which is more ambitious than we've had in the past, with the idea of looking for ways to continue to do more of that stuff in-house. And it's just, we have so many hours in a day, and it's what we're going to prioritize as work.
Okay, thank you.
So James, does that make a difference in your thoughts on this?
So, John, that's not how we engage, but thank you so much. So is there any further
An
discussion?
open dialogue, but sure, go ahead.
Well, the time for open dialogue arguably has been the last few weeks, but I digress. So if we could just stick to some form of order. Dan, did you want to say something?
Well, Kurt gave me an idea for maybe not for this year, but for next year. In that, we have a cost that's a direct cost. We also have a resource allocation issue, right? That's clear. Something to consider, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but rough estimate, I think we have our expenditures on the LEAF program are somewhere in the, and Kurt, you probably know this better than I do, but somewhere in the 275 to 300 range, if I'm not mistaken. But our LEAF fee is, I think it's going to be over 700 this year. So there's a delta between there. I know that. I'm wondering if there might be enough.
650, Dan. 650.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mhm.
So
Total.
there's some difference there where there's some delta between expenditure versus revenue. And I'm sure it's maybe not that black and white, but when you just look at those two comparison numbers, if there might be an opportunity to use that for a future staff person or two that is a little more dedicated, for lack of a better term, towards leaf recycling and other items that might qualify for the for use under the leaf fee. And I don't know the full definition and the umbrella that covers, but I'm just thinking out loud. I hadn't thought of that before.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Chair.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Fred.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Dan. We have an allocation issue that I don't think our township manager has directly addressed in his increased cost, but he did allude to it. We only have X number of people that are in the Public Works Department. We can't overutilize them because we need other things done. We need roads repaired, we need stormwater, storm drains and inlets clear all the time. I think part of the leaf assessment is already used to help keep those inlets clear. I can see if there is a true need or a want for expanding the yard waste days to maybe consider in 2023, when we have our finances even more stable, to consider beefing up the Public Works Department, and if so, decided to add days to the yard waste removal, but I don't, at this point, I don't think that's a good idea.
Is there any public comment? Please approach.
Nope.
Yeah, there is. We have one live in person. Sir, would you please state your full name, and are you a resident of Lower Makefield?
My full name is James J. Bray, and I'm a resident of Lower Makefield Township and have been for many years.
Thank you.
Firstly, I think the yard waste program, in my estimation, and with a lot of my friends and neighbors, was one of the most successful programs ever run in Lower Makefield Township. I use it. I'm an avid gardener. I used it constantly. I can't tell you, maybe over a period of a year, maybe 10 or 20 times at least. When they stopped this, several neighbors came over to me because they know I am associated with the township. And they expressed their frustration. They said, look, this was a really, really good program. Why have we stopped this? And I really didn't have a good answer for them. My personal feeling is that at least 5 more times, that's wonderful, John. I would propose that it even be more than that. Now, I'm a senior resident. I'm on a fixed income like a lot of other people. I don't have money to throw away. But I think in Lower Makefield Township right now, I think the cost for the municipal taxes is somewhere like $600 or $700 a year for household, which I think is an incredible bargain. In the big picture, you get what you pay for. I know all the maintenance, just about all the maintenance people in Lower Makefield Township because I've worked on them in various projects. They are a very talented, hardworking group. My feeling is that there's not enough of them. What I would propose, probably not this year, but next year, we hire 6 additional maintenance employees. Now, that would cost approximately $30 to $40 a household to fund that. That's 10 cents a day. I mean, that's really, really peanuts when you think about it, especially with what you're going to get for that extra money. We are also on a very, very ambitious tree planting and shrub planting program in Lower Makefield Township. And with these additional people, with some training, they would acquire the expertise to take care of these new additions to our town, the way, in fact, they really should be taken care of. That's my request, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Then with
No
that, I'll
public
call the
comment.
question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, and those opposed, nay. Aye?
Suzanne, can you repeat what we're voting on, just to be clear? I'm sorry.
John wants to add 5 more yard waste pickup
Okay.
days.
Thank
So
you.
I in favor is John. Anyone else? All those opposed? Opposed, nay?
Opposed.
4. So the motion fails 1 to 4. Okay. Anything else, John?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Any discussion on the original motion? Any public comment? We're still on 8A, just in case anybody needs level setting.
No public comment at this time.
And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
So the motion carries 3 to 2. Fred, James, and Suzanne in favor, Dan and John opposed. Is there a motion for agenda item 8B?
I make a motion to approve resolution 2462, establishing the 2022 Park and Recreation fee in lieu of.
Thank you, Fred. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, James. Is there any discussion? Yes, Dan.
Yeah, a question for Kurt. Kurt, there's been discussion around the Pennsylvania municipal, and this actually may be for Mr. Truelove too, so I apologize. There's been some discussion about fees in lieu from a state regulation perspective. Can we, specific to park and recreation fee in lieu, are we Is that, can you explain how that is acceptable under the state regs?
So what I'll answer is that we have, since you and I talked about this briefly, I was ready for you, Dan. So we have 4 fee in lieu of, right? Park and rec, traffic, sidewalks, and trees. Park and rec and traffic are enabled by the municipality's planning code. That is within that document for townships to charge that fee. There's a formula for what we have. Jim Majewski does the index to update that fee. So those 2 are enabled by the MPC. The other 2 I mentioned, sidewalks and the tree fee in lieu of, are enabled by local ordinances without necessarily the backdrop of a larger enabling MPC behind it. So this would be one of those that does have the MPC as its backing and basis for the fee.
Thank you, Kurt.
Any other discussion? Any public comment? Call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Move to consider approval of resolution 2463 establishing the 2022 traffic impact fee.
Second.
Second?
Dan? John is the mover. Is there any discussion? Any public comment?
Call the question.
All those in favor of the
Aye.
motion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Want to keep going? John? Want to make the next motion?
Sure. Consider
Thank you.
approval of resolution 2464 adopting 22 fee schedule.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fred. Any discussion? Yes, Dan?
Kurt, what fees are included? Which ones are this? I guess this goes back to my earlier question when I was trying to understand the special levies versus fees. Seems to be a more inclusive list of fees here than the couple.
Sure, I can cover that with you. Hold on. Well, I have it right here. So the fees themselves are broken down into, give me 1 second. I have it right here, into 6 parts. Code fees, so everything you would think of from alarms to short-term lodging to saldo fees. We have part 2, which is considered to have what's called in the fee schedule miscellaneous fees, which include certifications, the fire program, various police fees for accident reports, what have you. Part 3, which is construction permit fees. That would be built, whether that be mechanical fees, electrical fees, what have you. Part 4 is subdivision and land development fees. Part 5 would be zoning fees that we have outlined, which would be, anything to do with challenging the zoning ordinance, appeals fees on that would happen under zoning. And we have park and rec fees, which would include stuff like the pool. It would include camps and what have you. And then also obviously in there has, I did not mention, it has sewage fees, which are under, I believe that would, let me look and see what section that's under. Hold on 1 second. I can find it, but I'll quote this section, but it also includes the sewage charges that we have in that fee resolution.
Okay. So that's helpful. Thank you. I think, so I'll make a motion to reduce our sewer fees for 2022 by 25% below their current rate.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question about that.
Sure, go ahead, James.
Dave, does that essentially nullify the agreement we have to sell the sewer system?
It would, we have a asset purchase agreement and it would, in my opinion, violate that, yes.
So we wouldn't, I mean, it's not something that we could even legally do, right?
It would probably bring a lawsuit with it.
Okay, that's all.
With that, do you want to withdraw the motion, Dan?
No.
Oh, okay. Fred, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think reducing the rates this time would also violate our 537 plan with the DEP. So not only would it violate our asset purchase agreement, it would violate our agreement with the state in maintaining our system.
Yes, Dan, go ahead.
I would respectfully disagree with that, only because we have saved significant amount of money over the course of the last year or two on our projects, and these rates would only take effect in the first quarter of the new year, when we are only set to have control over the system for approximately a month, maybe two. So we don't have any, there's no economic hardship there for the few months that we might have a lower rate.
You're disagreeing with the advice of counsel? I just want to be clear what you're disagreeing with. I might be confused.
I'm disagreeing with the impacts into the 537 plan and our inability to complete projects, given how the fees accrue over time, in terms of the what's been accrued to date versus what's been spent, and then what would be accrued during the time period when the new fee would go into effect versus what would have to be spent after that. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Fred.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd also remind the board, and I would ask Kurt to confirm that they're running a sewer deficit between $1 and $2 million, so that any savings that we've made in our 537 plan over the last couple of years will be swallowed up by that deficit.
So, well, the answer to that is yes. I think the most recent negative cash position of the sewer fund was about minus 1.3 to 1.4 million.
Any other discussion? Any public comment?
Yeah,
Oh,
actually,
sorry.
on this, I'm not sure, is the asset purchase agreement say that no changes can be made at all?
I don't have the specific information in front of me, but I know this is something that's been discussed in the past, and it was conveyed to us early on in the process by outside counsel and by Aqua Council that a change in the sewer rates at a reduction would seriously impair the ability to complete the transaction.
Well, you know, as you know, I would certainly love for that transaction to go down, because I think it's probably the worst public policy decision the board's ever made. But that being said, are there options where township or sewer customers could receive some form of rebate absent a change in sewer rates and not impact the asset purchase agreement?
Well, you can answer that. I don't know how someone would be given a rebate without doing that. I mean, the rates as they are set via the 537 plan. That 537 plan, beyond the sale itself, was also subject to DEP approval regarding where that rate was and what the approved work was. So Aqua picking that up was with that rate in mind. So that asset purchase agreement reflects that, because that rate as well goes to the PUC for approval as part of the sale itself.
So
Exactly.
aside from rate setting here, there are other alternatives to address this for sewer customers. You could offer them a special dividend. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways. The reason I bring this up is a policy decision shouldn't be just hamstrung by someone who say, well, depending on the way you say it, it violates the asset purchase agreement. Really, you should be open to saying, well, here are ways that you could accomplish the same thing. And Solicitor Truliff, you could certainly argue to Supervisor Grenier to say, listen, there's some amount of money here that is, you know, surplus from the projects, and the township manager may say that, well, wait a second, I've extra over reserved here because we have interim negative cash balances and we're not sure about MMA. those are all fair points, but I think it's fair to say that the thrust of what he was shooting for was that the folks who have long suffered under what I would think are arbitrary and very large fee increases, there's a reason that perhaps that there are ways to help them benefit in this circumstance,
So-
separate from property taxes.
So I will tell you, in the end, there will be some point in time that the sewer fund is reconciled. We know we have issues with MMA that either may require additional funds, in the outline of the sewer transaction. I think I had suggested a couple $1 million would need to go into the sewer fund to do that.
Right.
If that in fact is not needed, and the sewer fund ends up with a surplus or something, and this board wanted to consider some sort of rebate left because, dictated because there is a surplus of cash in the sewer fund when it is all resolved, I think that opportunity would present itself.
So township manager is saying that, hey, this is something that we could do, but in a different form, is what you're saying.
I am saying that.
Okay,
I'm
great.
saying though, as part of rates, though, that becomes a more problematic issue.
Right. But what Supervisor Grenier asked for, he said, hey, can we do X, right? And he came at it from a well-meaning position. And the option in the policy he's advocating is potentially doable, right? Huh?
Not in the way that it's been. So
Possibly.
I'm gonna,
Pardon
I'm
me.
gonna, no,
Pardon me, I'm not finished, and you
But-
interrupted me all year. So I'm
and
not
you-
finished.
but you know what,
Hey,
John?
Pardon, I have
you-
the floor. It's my floor.
It's not your
Hey,
floor.
hey,
It's not,
I have parliamentarian. Did I yield the floor?
I don't even
No, I did
understand what
not.
you're saying, right? There
I'm
is a
finishing
motion.
Let him finish his thought.
Yeah.
I will, as the chair, exercise my prerogative to clarify for everyone who's watching at home. There is a motion. It's supposed to be germane to the motion. I'm confused why John is taking this tactic, but I will allow him to continue his
It's
thoughts.
not a tactic. Supervisor Grenier made a motion. He suggested something. The line of discussion was, his motion was out of bounds because you made a determination that the structure or how he wanted to do something was not doable. It wasn't that what he suggested was wrong or his policy aims were wrong. All I'm saying is that he's owed the respect of saying, okay, I understand where you're coming from. The way you position this, it may not work because of X, Y, and Z. Does not mean his motion should be struck or immediately resolved. It means that you have the chance to discuss and provide other options. Now, I understand the will of the board today is not to consider that in any way, shape, or form. I think I've already said, I know I'm not winning any votes tonight, right? So I'm going to yield the remainder of this, but what I'm trying to get at here is Supervisor Grenier asked a reasonable question, and immediately we said no because, well, it didn't meet initial legal test. All I'm saying is give a supervisor a break, hear out where his policy concerns are, give him options. The role here isn't that the staff say, well, we can't do this. The role is to make it possible to consider options. And that's all I'm saying. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
So
Madam Chair.
I do disagree, but I want to keep it moving. So whose voice was that? I'm sorry. Was it you, Fred? Go ahead.
Yes, Suzanne. In clarifying my comments, I totally respect Supervisor Grenier's motion. I just gave 3 reasons why I would oppose that motion. I say it with 50 years of budgeting experience, 4 years with experience on sewers, and the fact that if we don't keep the rates where they are, we could possibly end up with a large contingent liability when we close the deal on the sewer system with Aqua. That's my opinion. I'm just one of 5. And I say it without malice. I just say it with the surgical precisionness of a brain surgeon, cutting through white matter and not trying to get a hemorrhage and a mentally challenged result. With that, I will end my time.
Is there any further discussion? Any public comment?
For it to go along with the surgical precision of cutting through something, but I'll hold off.
No public comment at this time.
Thank you, Dan. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'll be,
Nay. Okay, so the motion in favor was John and in opposition was Fred, James, Dan, and myself. The motion fails.
in the future, Suzanne, could I have just vacated my motion?
I'm sorry?
In that situation where I voted against my own motion, could I have just vacated it from a procedural perspective?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the minutes will reflect that as frequently happens, that people make motions to get the discussion started. It doesn't mean necessarily that they're making a motion to support it. Right. So same thing. Yeah. It's a
Understood.
matter to get the discussion moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, 8E. You want to make a motion, John?
We didn't take a vote on. Yeah.
We still have to take.
Thank
do
you.
AD,
Thank you
right?
for that reminder. Okay, so then we're back to the full motion. Any other amendments to it? And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, 8D, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed? So motion passes 4-1. John in opposition, Fred, James, Dan, and myself in favor.
Consider approval of resolution 2465, providing for a uniformed employee contribution and pension fund for 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fred. Is there any discussion? Is there any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Agenda item 8F. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I don't know if anyone moved.
Oh, I said so moved,
Oh,
Suzanne.
Thank
Sorry if I
you,
mumbled.
Dan. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
hear you. Okay, Dan made the motion and Fred seconded it. Is there any discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Thank you. Then with that, the motion passes. Actually, then we call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. We're on to agenda item number 9, engineers report.
Yes, hello Supervisors. You have within your packet my engineers report. I have nothing to update on that engineers report, and thus I will go right into the agenda items. So 9A is to consider payment number 2, which is the final payment for the Edgewood Road Safety Improvements Project in the amount of $27,340.11. The work was completed the end of October. We have received a maintenance bond for 18 months for that work, and all contractual obligations were completed by the contractor. Therefore, we're recommending payment, the final payment in the amount of $27,340.11.
So moved.
Thank you, Fred. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, James. Is there any discussion? Yes, Dan.
What's our all-in budget now? After this one?
The total contract amount was $576,067.01.
Is that inclusive of that 27,000?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any, Kurt, are we expecting any additional change orders on this one?
I don't think we're going to have any change orders. We're going to have a couple of these expenses that we're adding to the project with, you'll see in project reports, we just put the light on Skylar on the roundabout there. We put so, we have those expenses that may not be listed in Andy's number, but we've pushed that. That's clearly a project related item outside of the contract. So, we could be, that'll push us over a bit, but those were safety features that were added. I'm not necessarily prepared to talk about anything tonight. I know our traffic engineer is going to be coming, has had a recent conversation with Chief Coluzzi and I regarding a couple of other revisions. I'll call them minor, with signage and some anti-skid material and stuff that he wants to look at certain areas that he thinks will help with safety. That'll be the subject of a future discussion with the board.
Okay, I'm just, as you can tell, I'm just trying to track potential costs as we sort of run this one to ground.
So those couple items
Michelle.
I just mentioned, and I don't want to take away Joe's thunder or presentation, my guess would be in or around $10,000. But I don't think outside of that we're looking at what we would think are any other major expenses to finalize as far as tweaking this project as we wrap it all up.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
With that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising their hand. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Head in. Thank you.
Agenda item 9B is to consider payment number 4 for the Memorial Park project in the amount of, and I apologize, that number that you have on your agenda is incorrect. The correct number is $168,416.68. The discrepancy was that when we had submitted the initial number and then submitted the pay application to the contractor to be signed, they informed us that the handicap parking line striping was completed, and therefore they deserved payment for that work. We had confirmed that that work was completed. That was part of a change order that was approved at the last Board of Supervisors meeting. So to be fair to the contractor, we incorporated that amount into this payment application. Thus, the correct number is $168,416.68. After this, there would be a little bit over $35,000 left in the contract. The project is substantially completed. They've got some punch list items that they need to address, but those minor punch list items should be covered in the cost that is being retained. Thus, we're recommending payment in the amount of $168,416.68.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, James. Thank you for seconding. Thank you, Fred, for making the motion. Is there any discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
And with that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Andy.
Under project updates, I'll take questions, but I just want to bring up one thing. The multi-use trail, which is item C that we're familiar with. I've spent considerable time in the last 2 months coordinating with DVRPC regarding the voluminous paperwork because it involves a substantial grant. All of that paperwork has been completed, signed off on, and approved as of last week. The project coordinator and that we're anticipating that bid to go out very shortly, shortly enough that the email went to Monica today to coordinate times that those areas would be used, that they would need to coordinate the contract and make sure there was no direct conflicts with things going on there. So I would fully anticipate that bid going out sometime shortly after the first of the year, and that project would probably start sometime in the spring. And that, of course, includes the trail that would go all the way around, the crosswalk from roll-off on the way over, all the things that we've talked about with that project. Again, I'm going to say that project is hopefully between $700,000 and $800,000, with probably 90% of it covered through a reimbursement grant. And that project will be done in hopefully late spring. That's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, Kurt, I was over at the courts at Memorial Park. They look nice. Are they totally complete now? Is the Memorial Park project completed?
Andy, I don't know if there's any punch list items left, but I think we're predominantly complete, correct?
They're substantially complete. There are some minor punch list items as far as adjustments to fine grading on the surface. There's some discoloration on one of the pickleball courts that we have monitored. The courts are locked, so we can't get a very close look at it, but so we want to see what is the cause of that and whether that can be cleaned off or not. If not, it might need to be repainted, but that's something that can be done, in a matter of hours. So it would be a punch list item.
Okay. The one thing that stuck out to me I noticed they were locked because I was looking in the fence myself. The one thing that I would note in that area around the courts and even in the field that's further, I think it's east on the other side of the trees, that wide open field, there may be an opportunity there for a significant number of trees to be planted to both provide more buffer for the neighbors that may now hear a little more noise than they used to, as well as just some really wide open lawn space at this point, unless it's planned for future development. But that may be a very nice place to plant some trees in the future, something for us to consider. Just something I noted when I was there.
And I would strongly support that because they'll hear the sounds of me losing in tennis to either my wife or Mr. Majewski on a regular basis, and no one needs to hear that. So.
Any other discussion? Any public comment?
There's no public comment at this time.
With that, we'll call the question. No, there's no question to call. Any other project updates to talk about? Please. Okay, then let's move on to the manager's report.
Oh, you have your first item on there that I know there's some EAC members here to discuss. The only thing I will point out to the board is we did provide an update. We did provide an update to the list of the native trees and shrubs that are in the list that is now spelled out. Mr. Majewski made that update. It was from a member from the EAC that felt that, that realized that those were neglected, that we did not include those. So those were updated. You've had that list in your packet, and I'll turn that over to you, to the chair, regarding.
Suzanne, I'll make a motion to approve the updated tree ordinance with the remove. However, it would be, what am I trying to say? It would be approved with the removal of any allowance for non-native or cultivar trees.
Second.
Well, let's open it up for discussion since we have a motion and a second.
Sure.
So I'm going to start since everyone knows that I am the voice of the staff and people who have come to me to talk about our tree ordinances and what is and is not allowed and an understanding of that. And I do not pretend to be a specialist in trees per se. So some of the language that I may use is definitely not scientific in nature, and my apologies for that. I appreciate the work that the EAC has done, and to the extent that this may not be the appropriate technical way to move this forward, they have suggested an informal letter, and I say informal because it has not had a chance to be voted on yet, that while they agree in essence with the change in the tree caliber size, they would like to change the language around it so that it has a wider variability, meaning 2 to 3 instead of 2 to 2.5. And I think that makes perfect sense.
Did you want to make an amendment, suggest an amendment to the motion?
No, not yet,
Okay.
because I think I may have more.
Okay.
So let me tell you what I have learned. And again, my apologies. There are these things called native trees, and literally they are trees that have been found in this area of the country for over 200 years. You have to have, the tree has to have been, or the shrub or the bush or whatever, has to have been here for at least that long to qualify as native. And our original ordinance had a more tightly drafted definition of what was considered native. And some of the work that you see in the language expands that to the extent that it recognizes that Lower Makefield in so many ways is unique, and it sits in a number of different regions. And so there was an expansion of what would be considered native, and that has a lot to do with why there are additional trees and shrubs, et cetera, available now. And I appreciate that work that was done. I think it's fair to say that the point of disagreement relates to the ability to plant things that are not native. Okay, and I'm going to put a comma there because I know that the EAC is working on, because I've asked them to work on it, and I know that they're working on it. Another ordinance that will address the opposite of natives, which is invasive, right? We all know I love to say the word bamboo. So bamboo is one of them, but there are other things that we don't want planted here specifically because it's invasive. They're working on that, and we expect that there will be further language about that in the new year. So then there's this whole other set of trees that are neither native nor invasive. And that's where I would like to talk about. I would like to talk about amending our ordinance so that we have the ability to plant non-native trees in a small percentage of projects that go forward. I have learned a lot about this, and I've looked at other townships. Not that they're dispositive, but they help us form our opinions. And we are, as my good friend would say, we were a leader in this area when we came up with a zero tolerance policy for anything other than native trees. That's not where I want to be. That's not what I see as a vision for the township. And I would tell you that probably most of us have non-native trees on our property because a homeowner is allowed to plant as many non-native trees as they want. I do want to get to a place where we have select non-native trees so that we can develop, showcase public spaces. That is why, after hearing from the township staff, and they asked to consider this, I put forth the idea of allowing future projects to have up to 20% non-native trees. I totally understand that we don't want invasive species. I understand that in order to get to this, we would have to have some input from an arborist. We have those type of specialists on staff with our engineers. And so that I don't talk for too much longer, I would tell you that if we are going to look at our neighboring ordinances, just as a short, quick research, Buckingham has no such requirements. Doylestown says, while they prefer natives, they're not required. Falls has a 50% native tree replacement. Middletown has no requirement. Northampton suggests native are preferred, but not required. Upper Makefield, similar. But I guess what I liked the best was Salisbury Township, because they specifically call out the Coosa dogwood, the alchemy cherry, the oriental cherry, the ivy silk lilacs as non-native species that they will allow. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about probably many of the magnolias that are on your property are not native. We're talking about, showier trees. I don't want to sound like I'm picking on some trees over others. We just know that, I talked to a former supervisor. I talked to the supervisor when they were a supervisor. They're now a former supervisor. Where do the kids in our township go for prom pictures? Where is that one place that has that kind of a oomph? Upper Makefield just planted a row down 532 of cherries. And when you drive down there, it's, breathtaking. I understand that there are some issues with the tree that they planted, but that is what I'm here to talk about. Making an allowance for a small amount of non-natives to be considered as part of the plantings in future projects.
If I could just make a process comment. As
Thank
I
you.
understand it, the motion would be to authorize advertisement. Now, let's all understand that because this is an ordinance amendment under the subdivision land development ordinance, it's governed by the MPC. It's a long process. It's not a
Correct.
process that's going to be done overnight. After it's whatever is authorized tonight, if anything, to be advertised, then goes to our planning commission, goes to Bucks County Planning Commission. If either or both of them have what we determine are substantive recommended changes, it could be amended and then it would have to be re-advertised. So whatever happens tonight, if anything, is just the beginning, and there's a lot more to be done and can be, anticipated. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that whatever motion is made tonight is no way the final step in this process.
So, Dan, yes, I would like to amend the motion so that it, stays the way it is presented for advertisement, with the suggestion that we include that caliber readjustment that the EAC has suggested, because I think that's good. So that would be my amendment, to publish it the way it is currently authored with the amendment on the calibers.
So you're making a motion to amend it, and we'd have to have a second for that as well.
Yep. But
Suzanne, can I hold on a second?
wait, are
Because
you
I think
asking the maker of the motion to amend his motion?
The maker of the motion asked me if I wanted to amend it, so yes, I'm taking him up on that.
And then
But I
the
think the
second has
maker-
to decide whether they accept the maker.
I believe that's the process.
I think
James,
that's what
go
we're
ahead.
doing.
Right,
James?
Suzanne, real quick, just to clarify, the motion that Dan is making is to accept the tree ordinance change, all four except for one. So I think that we should probably, is that right, Dan?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would remove the ability to include the non-natives and cultivars. Yes.
So I would say from a procedural standpoint, since the motion's already been seconded, that we take a vote based on that motion and then go back and maybe open a new motion based on all five with the change that you're making, correct?
Well, I understand the beauty of that, but if we're going to move in that direction, then we will take public comment on the motion before we can vote on it.
Got you.
So as the motion stands now, it is Mr. Grender's motion with the presented ordinance without the non-native change included, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure, so we have that. So that's what would be for the
Tracking it.
comment by the board members and by the public.
So I'm withdrawing my amendment, and we're going to move forward with the motion that Dan, but my beautiful speech stays. Thank you. So is there any discussion? Yes, Dan?
Sure. So I want to thank the EAC for very quickly doing this review in draft form. I know they haven't had a chance to finally review it and provide us comment because their meeting isn't till tomorrow. And I think it's important that they have a full opportunity to go through and review this. That being said, this is my personal area of academic background and professional background of over the last 20 years. And I've been responsible for the purchase and planting of, at this point in time, over the last 20 years, literally millions of native trees in our region. So I do have a level of expertise beyond what our staff has. And I'm very comfortable to say that. Now, with some of the majority of the requested changes, I not only would support, I actually would have made recommendations in the past to make these changes. From a tree caliper perspective, when purchasing these trees, 3 inches, it can be a very large tree, not always available, but 2 to 2.5 as the lower end of the range for what's available at a native plant nursery, allowing for a greater range between 2 and 3 inches. To me is in line with the state of the practice to date. There are native plant and native tree nurseries all over here, our region, and that is the range of trees that they offer that we could plant and make look nice, not having something too small that can still survive in our eco region. So I can support allowing for that change. In terms of the trees that were added, I know Pennsylvania has about 2,100 native plants, native trees. 1,700 of them exist in Bucks County, some of the most beautiful trees on the planet. So we have many options that are native that are provided by local nurseries. Flowering plants, when they flowering trees, I should say, such as members of the Rosaceae family, like the cherries and the plums and the peaches and other similar species, they flower for maybe 2 or 3 weeks a year before they go back to looking like deciduous trees, which are still pretty without the flowers. And then they lose their leaves in the fall, as you'd expect, at depending on the tree, exactly which month they would lose their leaves. So as long as the native trees that were added, I have no issue with. I support that. We want to have as an extensive a list of native plants to provide in our township. Not only because it gives flexibility, it also gives biodiversity, right? So we're fortunate in that we have some of the most robust botanical research anywhere in the world going on in the Delaware Valley and the greater Philadelphia region. The University of Pennsylvania Morris Arboretum has been one of the leaders in botanical studies since its inception. The Philadelphia Academy of Sciences, same thing. And I'm not just saying that because that's the program I came out of. That's just the historical truth. University of Delaware is actually doing some very interesting work where they have published articles specifically to Southeast PA that are relevant here, where they compare the biodiversity of what they refer to as traditional landscaped suburban areas versus areas that are planted with native trees in a similar fashion to those that are planted with non-native, similar densities and sizes, etc. And what they found is that the biodiversity of both the plants and the pollinators and birds that use the native planted areas 8 times greater than a similarly planted non-native traditional landscape that you might find in another town that doesn't have an ordinance like ours. So we have, that's 8-fold greater biodiversity. Now, what does that mean? Biodiversity is the species richness that we experience in Lower Makefield as compared to some other town that doesn't. That means most people have probably heard about the impending crisis that we're experiencing right now with native pollinators. And when I say native pollinators, that's honeybees. We've probably all heard about different bird species, etc. Their numbers, many of these species are going onto the endangered species list because we have done things like plant non-native species. We've cleared too much land and we've tried to replant it to make it look pretty with non-native species, and we're destroying our pollinators and putting them on a threatened endangered species list at an increasing rate. That's something that I have to deal with every day when we try to combat that issue. In addition to that, when you look at the economic impacts, there are studies put out by the Pennsylvania Natural Heritage Program, state agency, that shows that non-native plants have cost the economy literally, and this isn't an exaggeration, literally trillions of dollars over the last 80 to 100 years because of the impacts that non-native plants have on, one, our biodiversity, and two, just outcompeting native trees, in that non-native plants have a tendency to be very successful in areas that are disturbed. So, and they take over quickly. So you hear things like Japanese barberry, which people used to plant because it's a very bright red plant, right? That was just placed on the Pennsylvania noxious weed list in the last few weeks because it has gone crazy after being a landscape plant. You have things like the infamous Bradford pear that are planted all over Lower Makefield Township. They're very pretty when they flower, but they're not only invasive at this point, they're actually very dangerous because they break and they create a nuisance. We have them near the township building. In addition to that, so I'm obviously not in favor of doing this, and I would, that John made Supervisor Lewis, I apologize, made a comment earlier about issues you hear about at the grocery store or when you're out and about town, and this is one of those. We hear a lot about different things. We all do from different folks, depending on who we're talking to, right? And this is one that I've only heard good things about. The only folks that I've ever heard complain about a tree ordinance from any perspective is a developer. And that's because developers like to claim poverty on everything, and every ordinance we've ever had that prevents them from planting exactly what they want, when they want it, for the price they want, tends to get them to come at us and make claims that just don't exist about availability, costs, etc. of these species and these plants. I can tell you firsthand, all the projects that I've worked on never had an issue getting native plants for as good or not better a price than other things. Now, I know Supervisor Blendy, you mentioned that you've gone to staff and talked about this, but I'm also aware, and I'm troubled by this actually, that Bowler Engineering has provided suggested changes to our native tree planting lists. And Bowler Engineering is the engineer for Prickett Preserve, which is preparing to break ground on their project, which is the Wegmans project. So I have a very strong feeling that, again, Prickett Preserve is trying to influence our ordinances to make fundamental changes that we don't need. I'm perfectly fine supporting the Prickett Preserve development as it stands now. We went through a very robust process. I know that was controversial for some. I voted in favor of it with some changes, and I think it's going to be a very good project. What I'm not in favor of is is having the developer's engineer sending us a list of highly suggested plants that they would like to plant there, that when you look at a list of 50, there might be 2 that would be acceptable. So I want to make very clear, that I am not in the business of changing ordinances specific to a developer's request because they see it as some sort of economic hardship. We hear that a lot, and I'm fed up with hearing about it. So I don't know what other conversations have been had with those folks, but I want to make it very clear to those developers that we have ordinances in place based on years of experience with our EAC, our advisory boards, our voters who put us here because they thought we were going to do a certain job, that have been successful and made this township a great place to live. And I cannot support allowing non-native trees that at some point in time will take off and will negatively have a negative impact across this town, whether it's 1%, 5%, 20%, or 50%. If any one of these non-native trees ends up going invasive, like the Bradford pear, like the purple loosestrife, like Phragmites, like Japanese barberry, like so many other species with Japanese, knotweed, Japanese privet. There's just so many non-native species that people over the years planted because they thought they looked pretty, and that well-meaning, that just have totally destroyed native landscapes and hurt our biodiversity. And I can't accept that at all. And that's my 2 cents.
So, is there any other discussion? Public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you raise your hand, John?
Sure. Sometimes when somebody makes all the case in the most perfect way, the best thing you can do is shut up. And therefore, I have no comment. Supervisor Grenier laid this out exactly right, 100%. I 100% agree. That being said, I found some non-natives in my own yard, so I'm not perfect, but they were planted before I moved there. So,
Yes, James?
Yeah, I just had a a quick point to that, and you know, I understand and appreciate, you know, Dan's point regarding this. I guess my question is that since we're establishing a zero tolerance for this type of planting within Lower Makefield Township, are we now prepared to enforce that through court, you know, through code enforcement, or through however it is, to basically remove all these existing trees? And then also, are we also coming up with some kind of anti-pollination defense system that's going to stop the pollination from every neighboring township that borders us that has these trees already in existence? So I'm trying to figure out what the plan is. And I get it. I appreciate to say, hey, you know, these could be super invasive. They could take over, you know, the ecosystem. They could wreck the ecosystem. But there's already a percentage of those trees that are already within the township, correct? I think we've all recognized that.
So just to answer your first question, James, if I may, Supervisor Blundy, remember this is a saldo ordinance, so it only applies, and Dave, correct me if I misspeak, please. It only applies to new developments subject to the saldo.
Subdivision
So
land
like,
development, yeah. Individual,
Okay.
individual
so
properties
like-
would not be subject to that.
so not to put Mr. Lewis on the spot here, but he just mentioned that he might have a couple non-natives on his property. We're not going to issue some code enforcement against Mr. Lewis for his house having, you know, if he has a barbery, let's say, that's there because it's on the list. That's not what this ordinance is about.
So then I guess what my question is, what percentage of remaining land is Saldo even going to have jurisdiction over in the township? Is it less than 5%?
Well, so that maybe, well, no. So if we have new developments coming in, which to your point, we don't have a lot of undeveloped land left. We may have redevelopments that occur that will have requirements, right, for trees and whatnot, that will have to adhere to that. And then, you know, there may be future, in addition to, you know, this also provides some guidance for other projects that we do as a township on some level. So like our pollution reduction plans, where we're doing planting plans throughout the township, even though that's not saldo, this type of ordinance does inform ultimately what gets planted there. And I know that's not apples to apples, so I'm not trying to make that point, but it's strictly for new developments. You know, we were talking earlier about the new planner position. You know, the argument was, well, do we really have that much more to go from a planning perspective and I'm not trying to not justify that position. What I'm saying is we don't have a ton of new development that could come in based on what's available for space. The thing is, once we plant, some of these will have significant number of trees, like Cricket Preserve, for example, will have hundreds of trees that they plant near a highway. You know, highways are disturbed areas. So those corridors are prone to non-native species coming in quickly. So if we plant them there to begin with, we're giving them a rocket booster to take off and become invasive because of where they'd be planted. So that's a legitimate concern from an ecological perspective. Yeah. So I can't. And now to answer your other question about what do we do to get rid of them, you know, we have some ordinances like the bamboo ordinance and whatnot where we actively go after them. The state has other ordinances like their noxious weed ordinances where they're disallowing the sale of certain non-natives now, like the Japanese barberry they just announced at nurseries, because they have gone super invasive and are going the noxious weed route. That's one of the definitions I think that Suzanne's probably hearing it more and more with this other ordinance she was talking about. So there's other ordinances out there at the state level that are seeking to remove those species from the playing field, as it were, so that the state can handle it from one level, we can handle it from another level, and then you have whole teams of scientists, volunteers, state and county employees, where it's their job, where there's an IMAP invasives website across the country where it's their job to map invasive species and actively come up with ways to start to remove them from the landscape so we can address all these concerns that I brought up. Yeah. So it's not easy, but there's a multi-tiered approach.
And I'm definitely on board with the invasive piece of it. I think, and I don't think that that's what the conversation is. I think what the conversation is these non-natives that have been deemed non-invasive, right? So I think figuring out, and again, yeah, if you allow a developer along the bypass to inundate the site with non-natives, which I don't think is what the ordinance is calling for. I think it's 20%. Is it a way to spread, that those seeds up and down 332? But we're already sharing major roads with municipalities that already allow this. So what I'm trying to figure out is if we're really going really far in the weeds, not to be like a pun or anything, but if we're
Good
really
one.
going too deep in the weeds with this thing, and really, there's the introduction of these non-natives is already abundant here. So are we just trying to put a tiny little Band-Aid on a small percentage where somebody, if they're a private homeowner, they could plant 100% non-natives on their property today and not be in violation of this ordinance, correct?
Unless those are noxious weeds. A
Yeah,
private
sure.
landowner could plant anything within state law,
Sure.
and there are several that they can't plant.
Yeah.
Now, so I respectfully, some of your comments, and I say this respectfully, almost sound like a defeatist attitude. I'm trying to be, I'm a little more optimistic on this because I work on this every day.
Yeah.
There are ways to where this is getting addressed. One of the members of our EAC, I can't tell if she's there. She works in an area where her main business is habitat restoration, right?
Yes, she's here.
Okay. So, and she'll end up talking about that as an example. She'll plant 100,000 trees, native trees, on a site as a habitat where that may have been as invasive as can be, and they're actively going in there, ripping out the invasives, getting rid of them, and replanting it and restoring it and making it. They're doing their best to bring it back so that we can have a future with positive biodiversity.
And again, I want to make sure that we're comparing pairs to pairs, invasive versus non-native, and anybody in the audience that talks about the topic, I want to be specific to those two things because they're two completely different things, right?
They're not. So, and I'll explain why. So, non-natives, when they're planted, a non-native is non-native. When they're planted, they may not go straight invasive right away. There are several examples of species that are non-native that have taken several decades before they are considered invasive. When they just, something happens, there are various things that can happen where they just take off and they take over landscapes, they take over forest bottoms, they take over the side of the road, they take over fields, whatever it may be. You hear a lot about non-natives and invasives when aquatic species are especially bad because they move very quickly. And a lot of these non-native plants are also hosts to non-native insects, right? So a non-native plant is the primary host for the spotted lanternfly, right? And we have several other examples of that where ultimately when you plant these non-native hosts, you're promoting these non-native insect species that are completely decimating entire landscapes, like the emerald ash borer and all these things. These all came out of non-native plant species. So it's not just having a non-native tree that decides, one day just takes off and grows everywhere. It's all the other stuff that uses that tree that ultimately takes over everything else.
Can I ask you something? Can a native plant become invasive?
Rarely. So and the reason native plants have evolved in our ecosystem for, millennia, right? So they've evolved these very specific relationships in our landscapes. And what happens is, as natural succession occurs, when, there's a forest fire or something like that, and trees may be cleared, you'll have plants that haven't been around for a while, they'll immediately take over. And then as they grow, the next layer will come in. And I'm sure we all learned this in earth science or biology class in high school or whatever it was. And, you have species that take over early and they're native. They may kind of have invasive tendencies because they grow so quickly, but those are just early successional before the other species, the shrubs, and then eventually the trees take over and they grow slower and all that stuff. And the other ones get shaded out and they die off or go dormant. So you don't get native plants going invasive at nearly the frequency of non-natives. I would liken it to, and I sort of hesitate to use this metaphor, but when you hear about hospitalization rates with COVID of vaccinated versus non-vaccinated, right? You're hearing almost no vaccinated people are dying because they have the vaccine. That's sort of like a native species, whereas the unvaccinated people, there's most of the vast majority of the people dying of COVID right now are unvaccinated, right? And and I hate to make that metaphor, but it's the one that just sticks in my head right now, where it's like that. So I think these are good questions, James, but they're just very, very different in terms of orders of magnitude of risk differences between planting native species that look similar, that can be quite beautiful. I appreciate the aesthetic. I'm not just some guy who wants evergreen, dark green trees all the time or something scraggly. I appreciate aesthetic. Maybe it's my because I'm French, I don't know. But I grew up around that with wildflower. My God rest her soul, my godmother was a beautiful native plant gardener at home. You know, that's what she did. She had native wildflower gardens, native trees. They were gorgeous. That's what she was known for. Never planted it on native species, but just she and her sister, my other aunt, that's what they did. They had a couple of acres of just beautiful gardens, of just beautiful different colored flowers with all the native trees and shrubs you could think of. It was just gorgeous. So I appreciate that aesthetic, and I would promote that aesthetic because it also promotes diversity. And the beautiful flowered trees, those are trees that are native pollinators. That's ultimately why they're beautiful colored flowered trees, because that's what pollinators are attracted to. So when they flower for those couple of weeks, you get all kinds of pollinators. And guess what? A few months later, you have all kinds of fruit because the pollinators pollinated those flowers and created fruit. I grow fruit trees in my own yard because I like native fruit plants. That's just one of my things.
Do you grow apples there, Danny?
I do have a couple apple trees.
Ooh, is it
Not native.
Not native,
Huh?
right, dude?
Not native.
Not native.
I have one.
Take it down. Down.
Yeah. But no, it's very important. So I know there are other folks here who have a lot more to say. They're sitting in the audience, so I can happy to answer anyone's questions. I have no problem doing that. That's what I do every day in my day job on this stuff. But happy to have other people have a chance to say something.
So don't rush to the microphone, but if one at a time, we can come and open it up to public comment.
Hi.
I'm not sure if it's on, Linda. You want to tap it a little bit? Okay. It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Linda Savati. I am a resident of the township. I also sit on the EAC. I guess my big concern is, again, I don't have a problem with the majority of the ordinance changes aside from the non-native. And I guess Supervisor Grenier did a good job at, I guess, explaining native and non-native. The one thing that I guess a couple people or most people don't understand is non-native is also still broken down. Native is a tree that is specifically native to an ecoregion. Here in Lower Makefield, we have two ecoregions, the Piedmont and the Coastal Plain. And we've done our best as an EAC to bring in as many trees as we can to both of those ecoregions, and even other ones that potentially grow within the ecoregion. However, non-native, I guess personally, I have no problem with non-native outside of the ecoregion. Non-native exotic alien plants, that's where there's a problem. And Supervisor Grenier was right. There is a direct correlation with non-native exotic and invasive species. The DCNR, the state agency, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, who is in charge of protecting our natural resources in this state, puts together an invasive species list. 100% of the species on that list are exotic. They've been grown, they were brought here for whatever reason. Some brought accidentally, some brought on purpose. Bradford pear, English ivy, Chinese silvergrass, Japanese maple, all listed on this list, all considered invasive. I have no problem at looking at a list that the township wants to propose that has non-native, depending on what that definition of non-native is. Supervisor Grenier also brought up the bowler list. That was provided to me. One of those species is on the DCNR invasive species list. Another one of those species is considered highly poisonous. Why bowler is proposing an invasive species and a dangerous species, I have no idea. 13 of the species on the list are exotic. Many of the other ones are native and beautiful and flowering. I'm not sure why, as a township, we want to promote exotic species. We have several beautiful flowering native plants, many of which are on the list that we can plant. I just don't understand why we want to take the potential of bringing in a non-native exotic that will eventually turn up on an invasive species list. Aren't we here as stewards of this township to protect the environmental ecosystem of this township? I mean, that's all I really have at this point. I have over 30 years of experience in the environment. I do this for a living. I plant hundreds of thousands of trees a year, all over Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I am not allowed to plant a non-native plant. My company spends thousands of dollars trying to eradicate invasive species, which are non-native to this country. It is virtually impossible. If this is what the township wants to do as their future, I'm highly against it. And I'm sorry that it's something that they're proposing.
Thank you, Linda.
Adrian Costello, 2122 North Crescent Boulevard. Two things. The first one is I just wanted to say I'm glad to see that you guys are continuing to look at this ordinance. And I hope developers are noting that you're not discussing at all getting rid of the ordinance. So maybe they'll finally stop coming to ask for relief from an ordinance when the ordinance is designed to already define how they get their relief if they can't plant the trees. So that's been a little pet peeve of mine that I don't understand why it keeps coming in front of us, but I appreciate you guys having the discussion and trying to hone it and trying to listen to input, and I think it's great. And but it's clear to me that all the grousing about it over the last 5-6 years, not once have you guys ever, or you or your predecessors, whoever, not once have you ever had a serious discussion about getting rid of it. So I appreciate that, and then I hope other people are listening and paying attention to that. And on the non-native thing, I've been having a lot of thinking, listening to all this stuff. And at the end of the day, if like to your point, if you want a nice prom picture, you can, once you're on your property, plant whatever flowering plants you want. But a developer is asking the township for permission and connect to things, and we're giving them certain guidelines. And I guess to plant a non-native species, I'd really like them to rationalize why. I mean, there are. I mean, you drive anywhere in Pennsylvania. There every month of the flowering year or part of the year, there's beautiful plants, there's beautiful flowers. I just don't understand why they would ask for that. And if there is a reason for it, this is not my specialty, make them rationalize it. And forget about native, non-native. I know enough about this stuff to know that there's really critical elements to being native and being non-native that you're trying to fulfill. Like native plants don't overly propagate. They provide good habitat to the local wildlife. They're good for the local pollinators, things like that. And then the non-native ones are typically invasive. They grow disproportionately. They might not be good pollinators because they're more decorative, et cetera. And why don't you just lay it out in terms of what those actual critical elements are rather than just saying native versus non-native? Now, I think the people who are experts will end up telling you at the end of it, saying, this is why we break it into native and non-native, because the vast majority of native fulfill all these things and the vast majority of non-native don't fill all these things. But at the end of the day, right now, we're having a discussion about two terms when it's really the critical elements that those two terms that all the other things end up grouping under. And at the end of the day, I don't see a reason why a developer should need to plant anything that's non-native. And that's my opinion.
Thank you, Adrian. Okay. Yep.
My name is still Jim Bray, and I'm still from Lower Makefield Township. The first thing I'd like to do is explain some of the merits of the native plant ordinance. The native plant ordinance applies to developmental buffers and for property owned by Lower Makefield Township. It's not draconian. It does not tell an individual homeowner what to plant in his or her yard. The simple aim of this ordinance was to replace the thousands of pond trees that had been lost through development when developers years ago planted many non-natives. The planting of non-natives is detrimental to the values in Lower Makefield Township. When this ordinance first went in 15 years ago, invasives were an issue here, and they're still going to be an issue. But this ordinance also addresses that. When the ordinance first came into Lower Makefield Township, this became a hallmark for Lower Makefield Township. In the last 15 years, Lower Makefield Township, through the EAC, has put into effect 10 significant environmental ordinances in whole or in part. As a result of that, Lower Makefield Township has become an environmental power, not only in eastern Pennsylvania, but throughout the eastern United States. The hallmark ordinance and our poster child is our native plant ordinance. This is, if anything, there's a signature piece in Lower Makefield Township for ornamental ordinances. It is the native plant ordinances. When this first went in, there was so much publicity that Mary Beth, who was Terry Fedorchak's secretary at the time, called me up and asked me to put it on the web because there was just so many calls she was getting. As a result of that, many municipalities throughout the United States, California, New Jersey, Delaware, they have adopted similar ordinances. There is one actually in Schuylkill Township that not only used our ordinance, they copied it verbatim. Because of those requests, the EAC developed a very positive outreach program where we started throughout the area through people's requests from other municipalities to lecture about our native plant ordinance and some of the other LMT initiatives that were, very first rate and ahead of its time, very cutting edge. We've talked to White Plains, New York. We've talked to Allentown, Bethlehem, Jersey, Newtown, Hopewell Township. All of those expressed a real strong interest in our ordinance. The ordinance, again, is not draconian. That's very, very important to point out. It also has received national and local recognition. The Lower Makefield Township was fortunate enough to receive the Governor's Environmental Award for Pennsylvania, as well as the first ever United States Environmental Protection Agency Award for environmental excellence. The only community in the whole Mid-Atlantic region that received that award. And that's primarily because of our innovative ordinances. And the main one, of course, was the native plant ordinance. This ordinance is also withstood the test of time. This ordinance has been in effect 15 years next April. During that time, we have no record of any developer taking exception with the provisions of the ordinance. The reason is quite simple. Natives are in the mainstream. They're easy to purchase. They are lower maintenance. The developer saved money. The township saves money. So that's, I think, a very, very positive aspect of this. Now, the township, in their request, there's 5 or 6 items. And I think basically, when you look at it, even the request for the 20% non-natives, there's going to be a win-win there too, and I'll explain that shortly. We have no problem with 5 out of the 6 requests by the township. However, we do have a serious problem with the inclusion of non-natives. And there are several reasons for that. Firstly, there are huge environmental benefits associated to planting natives in the township. Since this ordinance has gone into effect, I would say Lower Makefield Township has planted thousands and thousands of natives with the attendant benefits to that. Again, we are a land use review board. We have probably reviewed 60 to 70, I would think, reviews during that time. And at no time has a developer requested relief from the native plant ordinance. The simple fact is that it's working. It's working effectively. And my father's favorite statement was always that if it's not broken, don't fix it. This thing is working to perfection. So why, in fact, would you want to change something like that? Now, the Board of Supervisors, primarily Suzanne Blundy, has asked us, though, if we could add some other flowering trees and shrubs to the ordinance. So we took a good look. We've been working back and forth in collaboration with Mr. Majewski for the last several months. It's a time-consuming process checking all these various lists out, if you will.
Tim, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify something you just said. We've been working on this for months.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So when it was maybe suggested that this was rushed and you haven't had time to look at it, it's something we've been working on since March.
Yeah, but
Right.
I would also like to clarify the fact that the EAC doesn't sit on stuff. One of our good
course, no, you
features,
don't.
I think, is we are a board that likes to complete things on a timely basis. With that said, the last meeting we had was 11/24. During that meeting, Mr. Majewski was given material 2 or 3 weeks before that. And at that very same meeting, Mr. Majewski gave us the information during that meeting that we needed to complete our report. And of course, what we will do is actually complete that report. The problem is that the Board of Supervisors meeting is tonight. Our meeting is tomorrow. So we have not had the opportunity, in fact, to officially verify our report. So that's why we sent out basically a draft copy.
Jim,
So
you're over
we
time, but I'd
don't
like,
sit on things. We
Jim,
move
you're over
forward.
time, but I'd like you to be able to maybe wrap it up.
Yep. Okay. Now, there's also huge economic benefits associated to this. Lower maintenance costs. The non-natives of today can become the nightmare of tomorrow. A case in point are the Bradford pears that were planted in Lower Makefield Township probably 40 or 50 years ago. Bradford pears were introduced into the United States in 1908, which is about 110 years ago. Their invasive qualities were not immediately evident, but after several years, now they become literally an environmental nightmare. And if you want to go in some of the woodlands around the area, they're filled with Bradford pears that are supplanting and replacing native trees.
1 more minute, Jim.
Okay. As a result, well, I would hope the board would be a little more tolerant because we weren't able to officially, make this presentation to the board. And I'll wrap it up in a minute or two.
So far you're at 10 minutes, so I have been tolerant.
All right.
And
Well, be
I,
tolerant for another minute or two.
as I
okay?
said, you have another minute, Jim?
All right. Now,
Thank you.
at the request of the township, we did add flowering trees and shrubs. We added 9 more flowering trees, 34 shrubs. When you take cultivars into account, the flowering trees now that we can avail ourselves up are probably 200 to 300. The shrubs are between 500 and 600, between 500 and 1,000, a 56% increase and an 83% increase. I would defy anybody not to find something beautiful to plant within that number of trees that are available. Again, the non-natives of today can become the invasive trees of tomorrow. The beautiful cherry trees up here, who knows? They could easily be tomorrow's invasive plant. My basic question is, why do we want to do this? There, to me, is no sound, logical reason why we want to do this. We have all the beautiful trees and shrubs that we could think of planting. They should fill anybody's taste. You don't need Cornelian cherries. You don't need Coosa dogwoods. You have Cornus Florida, the American dogwood, with over 90 cultivars. That is one of the most beautiful plants ever. Again, there is no sound reason, I think, for doing this, and I have no idea why the board wants to rather replace or change an ordinance that has worked so effectively over 15 years with basically no single problems at all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonah?
Hi, I am Jonah Rank, a member of the Lower Makefield Township Environmental Advisory Council. I don't want to repeat too much of what has been said, but I share the concern that has been generally expressed with regards to the planting of non-native species in the area. I think that this, despite knowing that there are many examples elsewhere within Bucks County, especially surrounding us quite immediately, we know that there are many provisions that have been made for allowing some percentage of non-native species. It seems to me that this is still something where we can remain a leader among municipalities, acting preventatively and progressively, and continuing to do so, as we've been positively acknowledged as such with various awards. I do also recognize that, as was pointed out earlier, there are many homes within LMT where there are non-native trees that have been planted, and we do not have a perfect ecosystem as it is. What I would be concerned with is the percentage of trees, though, that are non-native, that are folks' homes, private citizens' homes, versus what we, under the auspices of the township, would now be giving permission to plant. When we think of what our ecosystem is, there is clearly invasion that has already happened, but we can still keep up our guard and be preventative. I will repeat a few things that I shared in a letter that I wrote privately to the township supervisors and the assembled. I did write that I think foremost about Section 607, Duties of Supervisors of Article 6, Township Supervisors of the Pennsylvania General Assembly's Act Number 69 of 1933, the Second Class Township Code, which establishes that a township's Board of Supervisors shall secure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the township. And this is where we have to think about the exact legal and moral duty that comes with that when we think about the effects of non-native species in our area. We know that the effects might not be immediate, that would be negative effects, but we do know that down the road, we might find detriment that comes from those non-native species. I want to note that we live in a time of an extremely delicate ecosystem, and Bucks County is in no way exempt from the difficulties of the ecological crisis that we are experiencing. From data that we can collect from the National Centers for Environmental Information of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the United States Department of Commerce, the measurements over the last 40 years, rather from 1980 through 2019, would indicate that overall Bucks County has generally experienced each decade a rise of 0.37 degrees Fahrenheit every single decade, which is an alarming number over the course of decades and eventually centuries. We do want to make sure that we're planning ahead for our future and that we're not disrupting the ecosystem, especially the ecosystem that is so well poised in our area for enabling trees to be healthy that are native trees, given just how important trees are in reducing the effects of greenhouse gases in the environmental crisis that we are dealing with. We do know that in 2019, about 30% of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was able to be absorbed by trees and soil. And carbon dioxide, I believe, was approximately 80% of the greenhouse gases recorded in the United States in 2019. I'm happy to be corrected if I have those numbers wrong, but that is what I'm recalling from my own reading of all of this. We are a small township, and it may seem like it's a very small thing that we're planting every time we plant something small in the ground when it's native or non-native, but every native, every non-native has this ripple effect that will either help or hurt our ecosystem. It would be great if we could know that it would just be neutral, but we know that these plants are either here to help or not to help our ecosystem. And we have a wonderful ordinance that has been established over 15 years that I'd love to see continue to flourish. With no federal law and no state law that is contravening our intentions to protect our natural habitat, I am in concert with all the others who are asking the LMT Board of Supervisors to refrain from enacting any measures that would disrupt our ecosystems as pertaining to especially native versus non-native plants. The ripple effects can be quite drastic, and they might not be today, they will be tomorrow perhaps, and we're here to plan for the best tomorrow we can have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other people in the audience? Is there any public comment online?
Yep, we have 2 public comments. We will bring in Lisa now.
Thank you. Are you there, Lisa?
Yes, yes. Hello. Again, I really would like you to consider.
Lisa, could you start with your full name, please? and you
Oh,
live in
yes,
the
of
township?
course.
Thank you.
Yes. Lisa Tenney at 156 Pinnacle Circle.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, please, I'm urging all the Board of Supervisors to take the advice from the Environmental Committee, as well as Board of Supervisor Grenier, who gave a beautiful speech about the importance of no non-natives. So that should be out. It's not at all supported by science. Honestly, I don't really care what happens in other townships, as I believe the Environmental Committee has already stated, is really kind of cutting edge and a leader going forward environmentally. It's our privilege to enable and foster the growth of native trees that are selected by nature, home to native bees and birds. As homeowners, we get to plant whatever we like. And honestly, I think we can all agree, there's only a few undeveloped parcels, a few acres left in the township. And I think that to keep the ordinance as stated, to promote natives, trees, is very important. So please, I hope you don't change the ordinance. Mr. Bray stated it's perfect. And also, on a side, I applied 1 month ago to be a member of the Environmental Committee. I don't know my status of my application.
Thank you, Lisa. We have had a lot of volunteers yesterday. Lately, we had 2 interviews tonight, and I think same the last meeting. So yes, I think that you should look for something, maybe in next year with the new chair.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
All right, we're bringing in Alan now.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Alan Dresser, 1907 Lindbrook Drive, and I'm also a member of the EAC. And I'm in favor of the proposed changes to the native plant ordinance, except for the clause that allows the 20% of trees and shrubs to be non-native. That clause should be removed from the proposal for all the environmental and ecological reasons the previous commenters have brought up. But rather than rehash all those valid reasons, I would like to elaborate on the specific argument: if it's not fixed, if it's not broke, don't fix it. As a member of the Lower Makefield Township EAC, I've been reviewing and commenting on land use development plans since 2007. In that time, I've probably reviewed at least 40 different proposed developments of varying sizes in the township. And not once do I remember compliance with the township's native plant ordinance being a problem. Never. They were always able to find the appropriate native plants to meet their landscaping needs. And Pickett's Preserve can too. So, in summary, I support the resolution under consideration that doesn't include the 20% non-native clause. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Is there any other public comment?
No further virtual public comment.
Does any other supervisors want to speak? Yes, Ray?
Yeah, since I didn't have a chance to speak before public comment, I will now. I really appreciate the work of the EAC, the years of great contributions they've made. And in some respects, I understand where they're coming from. My problem is that with the reality of our neighborhoods and our surrounding communities, and a knowledge of plants and trees that are now 50 years, even though I didn't go in that way in a profession. I am a graduate botanist from a very esteemed state-related university. And although that is not my profession, the retained knowledge of what I have is still significant in my own mind. Others may disagree, but that's okay. As Linda stated, there's a big difference between non-native and non-native invasive exotics, and I agree with her. I think there's room for successful non-native trees. I know of a couple of species. I know of about 9 species right now that have 200 years of success in this region. Some of them have beautiful flowers. Some of them may, under certain conditions, be appropriate for a developer's use. I don't see an issue in these very small circumstances. I agree that 20% is way too much. And I agree that, if we're going to introduce a non-native, an arborist needs to sign off that these have a proven history and are, in fact, non-invasive. Knowing that every surrounding community has a non-native allowance much greater than what we're even proposing now in this ordinance. I appreciate the benchmark that the old ordinance or the current ordinance has. I appreciate the greatly expanded list that the EAC came up with the help of our staff. I take issue with certain developers, engineers adding to that list. I think the 5 of us are well versed enough that we can discount an interested party. So I am one person who is willing to entertain a non-native successful species in a very small, limited circumstance. I think we have the ability to make proper judgments, and I think an ordinance for us can make such allowances. So if this motion is voted down, I'll be happy to entertain, I'll happy to address it if that's voted down. If it's voted up, then there's something more to say. We can advertise with the amendments as Supervisor Grenier has made his motion.
Anything else?
Supervisor Blondie?
Yes, Dan.
I'd like to amend my motion to allow for in areas of the ordinance where it has been changed to go from 3 inches down to 2 to 2.5 inch caliper trees. I would like to amend my motion to allow for 2 inch to 3 inch caliper trees. That's a universal comment. It's in several locations throughout the ordinance.
Sorry, Dan, can you repeat the amendment?
Sure. In areas of the ordinance that have been changed to from 3 inches down to 2 to 2.5 inch caliper minimum size trees, I would like to amend the ordinance to allow for a range of caliper sizes between 2 and 3 inches.
You want to change the 2.5 to 3, basically, is what we're talking about throughout the.
Yeah, I want to make that I want to put the high end from 2.5 to 3 inches.
Right, okay.
Is the easy way to say that.
And you still want to include, the original motion, which is to not include the non-native species. So I want to make
That's
sure
correct.
we understand. Okay.
That's
There has
correct.
to be a second to the amendment then.
And that was you, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That actually provides additional flexibility for developers. So I'm okay with that, although as many of you know, I've been a long stalwart, especially on the making sure that we keep the tree ordinance in the way it should be kept. So,
Just to be clear, we would be amending the motion.
I accepted his, the
To
amendment.
adopt the recommendation that the EAC made. That's what we're doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that anyone can correct me if I misheard them, but I believe that reflects recommendations that the EAC has made.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Jim. Come to the mic, please. This is Jim Bray.
With respect to caliper size, it's not only the, for instance, the start of 2.5 to 3 inch going down to 2 inch. There are some others as well with different sizes. We have no problem in the EAC with accepting the lower size, but there's no reason to remove the upper limit. If the developer wants to put in a larger tree, that's no issue. But there's also some shrub heights that were 36 inches before that have been dropped down to 24, for instance. And what we feel now is the range should be like 24 to 36. There's several examples like that. And we have modified the original ordinance, the Saldo ordinance, to reflect that. And I believe the BOS or the township has a copy of that we sent them.
Thank you.
Right.
So
Question?
can I make a point, ask a point of order, I guess I would say?
Sure.
Because we're voting to advertise this, right, Dave, Mr. Truelove?
Yes, that's correct. This is just, again, it's just the first step. And if there are, modifications that would be deemed to be substantive, it would have to be re-advertised to reflect those changes down the road.
So for example, the ones that Mr. Bray just was talking about in terms of allowing a slightly different size span for shrubs, if we changed a few of those, would that be considered substantive? We have to
I believe in the context of this ordinance, yes, I would say
Okay.
it would be, yes.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay and raising your hand.
Nay.
Motion fails. 2-3. John and Dan in favor. Fred, Suzanne, and James opposed. Is there another motion?
Yeah, Suzanne, I just have a quick question before I propose it.
Sure, go ahead,
Dan,
James.
Dan, who sets the standards? Because I know that you mentioned that there was a tree that just made the list of noxious weeds, or is that
Noxious weed list. So
Yeah.
there's two programs, the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation. Actually, there's several agencies depending on federal or state. So there's the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation Natural Resources with input from the Pennsylvania Natural Heritage Program. And then there's also at the federal level, you have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, you have the USDA NRCS, and you have the EPA that all get involved in reviewing non-native, noxious, invasive, various types of species at various levels. Even I believe the Commerce Department even gets involved when it comes to inspecting ships and ballast and things of that nature. So there are multiple agencies.
For the purposes of somebody who you would consider a credible source, DCNR and NHP would be sufficient, though?
At the state level.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance, however, with the following change. Verbiage around the percentage of non-native to be changed from 20% to 10%. That list to not include invasive, exotic, alien, and anything that's on the DCNR or NHP list, and also any tree that doesn't fit within the native to be approved by a arborist.
And James, would you also have in that amendment the ranges that the EAC has suggested in terms of?
Correct.
I don't know the best way to summarize it, but to ensure that we have the largest range of trees and shrub calibers.
Calibers, yeah.
Recommended
correct.
by the EAC.
Correct. Yes,
I'll
my
second that.
Okay.
Okay, now we can begin discussion on that.
So yes,
Yeah, okay.
I will say
Yeah.
how things go, but thank you. So now
I'd
that
like to be recognized. Madam Chair.
So now we're opening it up to discussion. John, would you like to discuss something?
So I find it hard to believe that we're getting this amendment now. Not one person has given us a credible reason why we need to invite non-native, potentially invasive species into the township. Now, I understand that some of them are already there, but it's frustrating that here we're sitting here, we're nitpicking over, well, let's only have 10%. Why? No one has made a credible case. Where is the developer who instigated all of this? They're not here to make the case for this, right? I'm finding it fascinating that this is rocketed through. We couldn't get a decent version of this that had been worked through the EAC. It had to be put on immediately. Why couldn't it wait till next month? I'm frustrated and flummoxed as to why we have this the way this is. Quite frankly, there has been no case made that we should allow invasive species into the township on this one. We have a record and a consistent ordinance that is respected in the world, or at least in the United States. And we want to throw that out because some developer would like to add some noxious.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I still have the floor.
Point of order.
Has it been a point of order, John?
Point of
Sure,
order.
go ahead.
Yes.
The amendment, as I understand it, strictly prohibits invasive species in this ordinance.
Correct.
This is the introduction, the adding of non-invasive, non-native trees. Up to 10% or 10%. So
What was the point of order?
the
That was you just making a statement.
the feigned indifference of Mr. Lewis's comments to Supervisor McCartney's amendment to this ordinance, I just don't understand it. However, I think this board understands the objection to the change by certain members of the community and the EAC. You can vote on it one way or another. It's just to advertise the motion.
Point of order. I don't have actual language for what that means.
The EAC.
So does this mean, pardon me,
EAC
you got to interrupt
each-
me with a point of order. Now I get to ask a question.
Well, let
Does
the
an
chair
arborist have
let
to
the chair
guarantee that a
decide.
non-native does not
Let the
become?
chair
Okay,
decide.
okay.
Lois.
Listen, I have prided myself that I have not had to use this thing, even
Go
though
for it.
I don't want to. I don't want to be
You've
like,
interrupted me all throughout the year. Why not to go for the gavel? Have fun. You allowed him to interrupt me with a
it's-
fake point of order where he can insult me? Come on.
I'm sorry, this
you
isn't
know what,
about
you know what,
insulting.
okay,
This
let's
is about-
everyone go
this
into
is
the
about-
corners, take a time out for a second and try to relax. John, I'm just going to say you never cease to amaze me. James has made a motion, he's made an amendment. You're obviously not in favor of it. If you'd like to continue to say why you're not in favor of it, I would, to Fred's point of order, there's natives and there's invasives. And James has specifically called out that exotics and aliens, language that was put forth by Linda, and then referenced the two state, I think you said they were, Fred, Dan, with lists these invasives, that would be recognized as so those could not be planted and that an arborist would have to be involved, and he's lowered it from 20 to 10. That's the amendment he made. You want to disagree with it, that's fine. But what gets
Point of order,
confusing,
Madam
what
Chair.
frustrates people is when you purposely or accidentally conflate terms so that people can't follow what's going on.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Can you read back the exact language as it relates to non-native species and how it is in the ordinance as has been amended so that I fully understand?
James, you want to say it?
Sure,
again,
I can
or-
do that.
Mr. Riccardi could do that because I started writing it down. I got non-native, but not exotic, not alien, not invasive, with the, and also to be on the approved DCNR list, and also to include the review of an arborist. But I want to make sure and also
Correct, yeah.
the changes for caliper sizes recommended by the EAC.
Correct, David. I think the only thing you left out was, based on Dan's recommendation, was DCNR and NHP, which are the two state agencies, I believe you said.
Point of order, that is not my recommendation in the least.
Okay, the two agencies that you said in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania that you would rely on.
Yeah. In
Correct.
fact, as a biologist, professional biologist, that this is one of the worst changes to an ordinance that I've ever seen. I'm very disappointed in this board.
Well, hold
Okay,
on a
can we
second.
just,
But I'm,
let's get one person's disappointment
Yeah.
at a time. So
I'm sorry,
James
so-
has now repeated the
Dude,
amendment. John, you want to
so
continue?
patronizing.
Did you finish?
I think I got it. And what I will do is, well, it depends on what happens with the motion. I will ask for that to be clarified in writing, so I make sure and circulate to everybody tomorrow afterwards, so.
Madam Chair, respectfully, it might be better if the solicitor is given a chance to write up Supervisor McCartney's amendment, because it includes a lot of details that I'm not sure that that many are aware of or would be comfortable with. And I don't want a circumstance where we publish a proposed ordinance, we cause people to be concerned, they come, and we have a situation where we haven't fully defined what was in there. So being reasonable here, rather, this sort of stuff could have been discussed prior to publishing and worked out if you had backups on this one, but I'm having a hard time with that. And I think that's fair for me to say. I'm not sure of all the implications of this before I would vote to publish it. But I know I'm not in the majority here, and you were the chair, so I don't want to interrupt you, and I'd love for you to get the gavel in, but I don't want to push back in any way.
Suzanne, do you want me to repeat what it is?
Sure.
Okay. So the ordinance is, it's a motion to approve the ordinance, however, with the following changes.
And just to be clear, James, to publish the ordinance.
I'm sorry, publish the ordinance with the following changes. Move from 20% to 10%. The 10% cannot include invasive, exotic, or alien species, or any species that are on the DCNR or NHP list. And also approval by an arborist. And finally, the branch calibers.
The adoption of the caliber language that the EAC provided.
Correct.
Does that also include the shrub height as well, or
Yes.
no?
Mhm. That's the.
He didn't explicitly say that.
Well, he said the adoption of what they said. So
Okay.
he did. And again, you know,
Clarification questions?
sure, of course.
What's the definition of non-invasive? Who determines whether, what's the criteria upon which an arborist
A
determines?
professional arborist.
What's the criteria they use?
I have no idea. I'm not a professional arborist.
Okay, so the other question I have with this is, does the arborist guarantee to the township that any of their recommendations will be considered non-invasive for a period of 25 or 50 years?
I don't think anybody can guarantee that.
So if you can't guarantee that, why would you have bother with the arborist? If they
You can't
say-
guarantee that a native species isn't going to become invasive in the next 50 years. Our climate's changing every year. So I don't
concur with you
understand
on
that point.
But I want to reduce risk.
Well, I want to reduce risk too. We should take out all the invasive species. So
But-
let's go from house to house and cut everybody's trees down that are non-native, right?
You're asking me if I want to cut down non-native species that are on people's yards?
Correct.
That's up to the homeowner under our current law.
Okay.
Listen, I think you're conflating stuff that is not in the realm of, normally, the chair would admonish you for not being on target here because it's not germane to the amendment, but she doesn't admonish you, okay?
It's his amendment. It is literally his amendment, and you
Yeah,
asked him
but his
to,
argument's not germane to the amendment. And you've called out other supervisors.
you
on
asked
that in
him
the
to
past.
explain,
I'm
and you're in a
asking-
discussion with him, and I'm allowing you guys to have your discussion. But you know what, John, whatever I do, you are very quick at going to the opposite and saying I should be doing something else. If I put something on the agenda for discussion, it shouldn't have been on the agenda for discussion. If it's this, it's that, but whatever. I only have this and one more meeting to go. I will not bang the gavel.
Suzanne, I guess my point to John is, John, from a pragmatic standpoint, you're talking about 10,000 households that have multiple trees that are invasive or non-native planted on their property. And we're going to sit here and we're going to split hairs over 10% of possibly hundreds of trees that are going to be planted on less than 5% of developable land in the township. That doesn't make sense. So if you're,
What
and
I'm
that's what my
saying is
point
this
was
is
that
the Saldo land process. This is the opportunity we have.
I
right?
understand that. And that was my
So if
point
you're
to
asking
Dan.
me, would I change regulations in other areas and say, hey, Lowe's, Home Depot, other retailers, or you cannot sell non-native species? That's a state decision. Would I advise my state rep or state senator or the governor to consider that? I might. Right? And there's already actions to stop the sale of certain, as Supervisor Grenier said, certain trees that were invasive.
I think that's a better battle, a bigger or better battle for us to take on then, rather than this one. I think you're looking at a small, tiny percent of what the possibilities are within the region.
That's incorrect, James. I know I can't explain it to you any further, but that's just fundamentally incorrect science.
So if you have 95% developed land and it's already privately owned by a homeowner that can plant whatever they want, and you have 5% undeveloped land, you're saying that 5% undeveloped land can have a disastrous impact on the entire ecosystem.
I am.
Okay.
Because it's happened many times.
Okay. I mean, I don't see that as a numbers. It doesn't make sense. But if that's the way
just
you see it,
For the bamboo ordinance?
What's that?
Do you recall the bamboo ordinance where we actually did take action for an invasive species?
Did you read what the
Yes,
amendment was? It includes invasive, exotic, and alien species, John. Can I make that any clearer?
What I'm saying is definitionally, you can't guarantee that. And that's my frustration.
So who can determine, who do you suggest we use to determine that?
I don't see a need for non-native species. Why? No one's made the case for non-native species. Why?
Yeah.
I'm going to call the question.
I haven't made any comments yet. I would like
Sure,
to
go ahead, Dan.
speak.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dan, with point of order, and it's just something that's been bugging me for a couple of years now. If somebody's going to call and this is a parliamentary thing, if somebody calls the question, you have to vote on calling the question. That's part of Robert's
If
rules.
people don't agree, if it's not done by acclamation, you're correct, it has to be voted on.
Yeah, so if you want to call the question, it's kind of like a motion, it's kind of like tabling a motion. So if you want to call the motion, it stops discussion. There has to be a second on calling the question. You have to vote on calling the question. And then if that passes, then you vote on the motion. So, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to act,
I appreciate that. So I'm going to withdraw my call of the question so that Dan has a moment to comment.
Okay.
Thank you. So, man, I'm kind of reining in my frustration here. So let's just recap what's gone on this evening specific to this ordinance. We've had multiple members of the EAC, many of whom have professional expertise, academic expertise, years of experience dealing precisely with this issue. Myself as a supervisor would fit that bill as well. To a person, everyone that has any history, scientific, professional background with this issue has said that changing this ordinance to allow non-native species, non-native trees is a bad idea. To a person. Now, I want everyone in the township listening, watching, seeing this tomorrow to understand that this board is ignoring, by going forward with this, is ignoring a bunch of scientists and experts in the field to vote on this ordinance as currently proposed. Now, with that in mind, think about where this came about. This didn't come about because there were any issues with the ordinance with respect to causing harm in the township. It came from a developer who made these recommendations, suggestions to promote their own development so that they could rewrite another ordinance in our town that, in my opinion, did not need to be rewritten. Okay. Again, we are following this developer. I would love to see the record of communication between that developer and whoever he made this recommendation to fully understand where this comes from, because it makes no sense to me. Now, this has come down. This developer is very active in our township, spends a lot of money in our township, funds, contributes a lot of money to campaigns, etc. We have done everything possible, it seems like, to bend over backwards to make this developer happy. And in my view, it hasn't been fully transparent. So there's a lot of this stuff. I wasn't aware of all these changes. I wasn't aware until just yesterday that Bowler and Prickett were the ones sending our township staff these recommendations that have been pushed so fiercely through our process with the EAC. You know, the EAC, who originally wrote this ordinance, which was lauded in the Philadelphia Inquirer back in 2013 as a groundbreaking new ordinance for everyone to follow, right, throughout our region, which many have, has put in all this effort and has made a great ordinance that has worked and has made this township that much better. And now we're tearing it apart because of a single developer who's putting in a new development that I actually supported. But I cannot and will not support this change. And I want to shine a very bright light on what's going on here, because we're seeing it again and again with developers coming in, rewriting our ordinances, asking for variances, etc. And I'm not going to get off topic. And it being pushed through incredibly fast. So I am hoping and stressing that I hope come the new year that we have new transparency with all these developers when they come to the township, that we know about it right away, and that we're not surprised at township meetings by staff proposals for variances. There's various designs that have been put out there that have apparently been discussed between developers, their attorneys, and staff that come in front of us that request all these different variances that, generally speaking, I'm comfortable saying this, township residents don't want, but for some reason they're getting pushed through. And this falls into that, in my view, like, to me, versus everyone I've ever spoken to in this township does not have an issue with this ordinance. So this falls into another one where a developer is pushing it through and we're clicking our heels and saying, okay, let's do it. And we're all going to be worse off because of it. But the developer is still going to make their money. They're going to do their thing. And I hope when certain folks that come into that development that are doing their ESG numbers, they know that they are active by going into those developments, they're actively promoting non-native species. And that'll be a detriment to their ESG ratings. I want them to know that. We have to shine a very bright light on that as to why this is all happening, because it doesn't meet the science. To me, it's like someone who says, you know what, I'm not going to get vaccinated. I'm going to go get inject me with some bleach because I don't believe the science that you're talking about. It just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Now, I know I'm going to lose this vote, but it's beyond comprehension to me why this is even a thing, as so many others have said tonight.
Thank you.
Suzanne?
Yes,
Suzanne,
sir.
I have to say something.
Mhm.
I have to. Mr. DeLuca is not responsible for any of this. Not Mr. DeLuca, not anybody associated with the development, none of them. I will sit here and put out exactly what happened. I've had several conversations with Mr. DeLuca that we were expanding the expanding the native list, that list had gone through an iteration, that they're putting together their landscaping plan. And here is a list of the native plants that were put in draft form that was updated by EAC. In that same conversation, I had indicated there is a provision in there for 20% non-native, that if he had any thoughts about that as far as its landscaping plan or anything he wanted to add that came back, he could. Not any of the language drafted. Did he have anything to do with that? In fact, that conversation with Mr. DeLuca took place over the last 48 hours when Mr. Bray updated the native list. That was the entire scope of it. It was not initiated by the developer of any sort, not in conversations that we've had with their staff or their landscape architect. It was an attempt while they're putting that together to look at what the board was contemplating and what EAC was contemplating. And there was nothing more to it than that.
So
Here, can I
which
ask a
staff
clarifying
member
question
offered
based on
that?
What's that?
Which staff member suggested? Was it your suggestion to include the non-native species?
No, that discussion came out when the ordinance was originally drafted months ago.
I think what John is asking and Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, at the time that the ordinance was originally adopted years ago, there was talk about inclusion by staff, by professionals of an allotment of native trees. And that was not where the EAC and ultimately the board went. But this is something that's been kicking around for some time.
So that was picked up at that time when we drafted an ordinance. I'm going to go back. This all started with one thing. This started with a discussion of native trees, and that in the end, and I've had this discussion with individual supervisors. In fact, Supervisor Grenier and I had this discussion early on, that the original discussion of this was to start to quantify what those trees were, to be of assistance, that the board could help pick and choose and look at those items when a developer came forward off of a list that would be either an addendum to the ordinance, an attachment to the ordinance, part of the ordinance, whatever it was. As we picked that up, the discussion was, as Supervisor Belundi had said, that had been talked about in past years. And as a draft ordinance, if the board wanted to discuss that, that was put in there as part of that discussion.
Was there a supervisor advocating for that?
There was not any supervisor. That was staff driven. In the end, that we had discussions, Mr. Majewski and I, where this was talked about in previous years, that we put the draft together with that in there, that the board could kick out of there, do anything with.
But you never spoke to any of the supervisors and said, what are your thoughts on this?
I've had discussions with individual supervisors. I've had a discussion with Supervisor Grenier, who said he was opposed to it. I've had discussions with supervisors that felt some inclusion, that they would welcome that. So we left that in there for discussion. That's all that, hold on, but that's all that it was. And I do want to go back to this because in the end, respectfully, I cannot allow, at least in this, that the thought that Mr. DeLuca has pressed anything. Mr. DeLuca's presentation to me was, I'll plant whatever the ordinance accommodates me to plant. And if you have a list that we want to look at in advance of us putting a landscaping plan together, if the ordinance is going to change, that would be helpful. So in the end, we've given him the native list along with my point to him. If there's something that's non-native that's included, if you have thoughts about that's a good idea, that's a bad idea, I welcome your thoughts. It had no basis. That has not had any basis in any of the draft, any of the discussion, or anything else. In fact, that discussion and what we're talking about has occurred in the last day and a half. That's it.
But then why, so we got yesterday an email with stuff from the developer's engineer, right? Was that sent to the EAC?
No, that was presumably sent to me and sent to Mr. Majewski, because I had asked Jim to send the native list to him. So to be honest with you, I didn't realize it was sent back to everyone. That request to review that native list and the plantings, as well as any thoughts he had about the 20%, what he would look at, was meant to be insightful. It was not meant to that he was directing anything. I don't really think the developer cares, quite frankly, what the list is. I asked for his input. That's it.
Okay, well, I don't think any of us mentioned the developer by name, but okay.
Well, we've said Prickett, so we know who the developer at Prickett is.
There's multiple, but and we never talked, just for the record, on this particular issue at all, as far as you remember, right?
We might have in one of our meetings a month or so ago in passing about the tree thing, but not anything into the weeds or the bones of this.
Right. Okay.
So, Kurt, just a point of clarification, please.
Mm-hmm.
I have Mr. Bray provided me with a list of trees and other plants provided by Bowler with their title block on it saying suggested plant list additions, Lower Makefield Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, which he received from Mr. Majewski himself on September 15th of this year.
And I'm not familiar with that. That's not what I'm referencing.
And this came from Bowler for Lower Makefield Township. So this has been out there for quite some time and has influenced
that's not what
this
I'm
list.
referencing.
But that's what I'm referencing, and it's clear connection to that developer because it is Bowler Engineering.
And if I may, when this had come up, we were looking at the addition possibly of some non-native flowering trees. And I reached out to DeLuca to say, if you were to want to plant some trees that you thought would look nice, that are non-native, what would you select? What would they look like? So we could do that and consider that. they sent me a nice little color rendering of that, which I shared in our discussions with the EAC. And that's where that came from. So
And
something
on
that's
that, on
been
that
shared with
list,
the
we had
EAC
non-natives
for
and
3
poisonous
months.
trees. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been shared with the EAC for 3 months. So it's not like any kind of secret or anything that's been out there.
So, and then to supplement the story, I've had a more recent discussion, honestly, being unaware that that occurred, sharing the current native list with them, with the purpose of nothing other than understanding their landscaping plan and their project is moving forward, for them to take a look at that list. That's it. The same way I would have done with anybody that was contemplating spending money to put something together and something was on the docket to be considered.
Any other discussion? Any other public comment?
Yep, we have Luke on the line. We'll bring him in
We
now.
have somebody here first, and then Luke can call in. Linda, just state your name again and your township resident.
Linda Savati, Township Resident. It's more of a question to Supervisor McCartney. I guess in your amendment, are you stating that you're amending the ordinance to not include any exotics, any aliens, any invasives, and I would suggest noxious? So any non-natives that would be in the 10% would be United States plants, non-native to this ecoregion. Is that what I'm gathering from that?
That's not
Correct, Linda, and a lot of that was based on what you had stated earlier when you made public comment.
Okay.
Because basically that was your suggestion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're an expert in this field, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
she
Dan,
is.
just for the record, no, not all the scientists are saying that this is a bad idea.
I'm not.
James,
well,
I
I'm not
appreciate your
100%.
facetious attitude this evening.
Supervisor Grenier is still my place. Sorry. Don't mean to cut you off. I'm not still 100% for this. I'm saying that it needs to be added, not the word noxious specifically needs to be added. And I believe the EAC should also be added into any review of non-natives of those 10%.
Well, and I think I was covering that by including the DCNR and the NHP, right? So anything that showed up on that
saying
list.
that an arborist would review it, but I'm also saying that an EAC member should also review it and approve. If an arborist is going to review it, I think the EAC should also review it. As long as there is someone who has the experience to review it. I think that's only fair.
Well, that would be the problem though, Linda. Like someday, hopefully not anytime soon, you might leave the EAC.
Doesn't mean somebody's not going to come on that doesn't have more experience than I
But
do.
someone might not.
Question?
Then maybe put an and or.
And also, just so we know, again, this is to advertise, this is going to go through planning commissions,
I understand that part.
review. So your comments are not lost today.
Okay. All right. That's
Question?
all really that I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Fred.
Yeah, Supervisor McCartney, did you say approval or review by an arborist in your amendment?
Review.
Just review, not approval.
Well, I guess we can discuss that.
Okay. I personally would,
So
if
the
we're going to
motion
do
is-
this.
Motion as
Motion.
Dan has it is approval. So.
I'm sorry?
It was approval?
It was.
Yes.
Yeah, I specifically have the word approval by arborist here, so.
Okay.
I could live with that.
I stand corrected then. It was approval, yes.
Okay, there's somebody on the line for public comment. Luke?
Bringing Luke in now.
Thank you. Are you there, Luke?
Luke, you can hit *6 to unmute.
Mr. Butler, is that you? Luke?
Oh, we've lost Luke.
Okay. We'll talk for a little bit in case Luke tries to call back in. I could do some soft shoe. I'm going to give Luke another minute. Is he back?
Yep, we're bringing him back in now.
Excellent.
All right, Luke,
Thank you.
should
Can
be
you
in the
hear me?
room with you.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. Please state your name, full name for the record, and if you're a resident of Lower Makefield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate allowing me to call back in. This is Luke Butler, 2320 Weinman Way. And yeah, I just wanted to relate an economic argument against any reduction in the proportion of the native tree species that are allowed in new developments. And I kind of want to piggyback on the science that Supervisor Grenier presented earlier, showing that native trees have a big effect on improving local biodiversity. So in March of this year, there was a research paper published in the journal called Ecological Economics, and the title of the paper is The Importance of Species Diversity for Human Well-Being in Europe. It had 6 authors and, from several, fancy German research institutes. And what the researchers did was they compared people's reported life satisfaction and their happiness to their local biodiversity. And they did it for more than 26,000 people across 26 different countries. And just to quote the take-home message of the article, I'll just quote them, open quote, "We found a relatively strong relationship indicating that the effect of bird species richness on life satisfaction may be of a similar magnitude to that of income," unquote. And so in the context of their study, they said that 14 additional bird species improved people's life satisfaction to the same degree as a 10% increase in their incomes. This can't be an effect. These aren't people who are out there birding and studying nature directly. It's just happening to them living where they live around a more diverse area. And that's obviously supported by native trees better than non-native trees. So in addition to the other reasons that people have provided already, just based on this socioeconomic, the psychological benefits of biodiversity, I asked the supervisors not to allow any non-native tree species in the ordinance, because by promoting the use of non-native trees, you will be undermining the happiness and the life satisfaction of our current residents and that of the new neighbors who will be inhabiting these new housing developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Supervisor,
any other
Supervisor,
public
just let the record show that Dr. Butler is a PhD ecologist.
Okay. Anybody else on the line?
No further virtual public comment.
Go ahead, Jonah.
Hi, Jonah Rank, member of the Environmental Advisory Council of Lower Makefield Township. One question that I have, just spurred by Supervisor McCartney's suggested emendation, I do wonder whether consulting an arborist solely will be sufficient for allaying any concerns regarding the effects on the ecosystem here in Lower Makefield. It's not that I don't trust that arborists, I do trust that arborists have plenty of knowledge on the subject, but I wonder if we should be consulting 2 experts rather than solely one arborist. I do believe that despite the differences within the Board of Supervisors in this moment, I do believe that we're all on the same page, that we have an ecosystem to protect, and the question largely hinges on what risks are we willing to take. And I understand that what is particularly difficult is not knowing what the risks may be. I wonder if it may be worth consulting both an arborist and an ecologist or some other expert deemed suitable for being able to look at the ecosystems at hand and determine what could be the long-term effects of something that is not currently invasive, but has the potential to become invasive. Perhaps there may be, pursuant to what Supervisor Weiss had mentioned earlier about some non-native species that have proven to be non-invasive over the course of 2 centuries. There may be some temporal litmus test that maybe could serve as some sort of guidance. I am not an arborist or ecologist. I am not a scientist, and I should not be the one determining these experts. But I do sense that there may be outside experts whom we can consult multiply in order to gain greater certainty of risk assessment.
Thank you. 1.5 minutes. Go ahead, Jim.
It'll be short. I'm 52 minutes past my bedtime, by the way. Okay.
Jim
just
Bray,
to,
Lower Makefield Township.
Right. Just to add to what Jonah was just talking, the present ordinance right now relies on review by a RLA, which is a registered landscape architect, or a CPH, which is a certified plant horticulturist. And that's well and proper. However, these gentlemen know and understand plants, but they don't have a deep-seated knowledge of the native vegetation and the environmental benefits. That's why it's important to also have a review or approval by an EAC person who does in fact understand that, the way these benefits work. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at some point, we just have to cut this off, folks. But 30 seconds, Dan? Can you do it?
Easily, yeah. So I just wanted to clarify what an arborist is. An arborist is not someone who's an expert in tree ecology or botany or anything like that. To be a certified arborist, it's more about knowing how to prune a tree, how to plant a tree, how to rig a tree so it doesn't fall down, how to protect them. They are by no means, you can get that certification relatively easily, but it by no means means that they're an expert in anything related to botany, ecology, knowing whether something is non-native from the U.S. versus non-native from overseas, or any other list that it might go. They have no background in doing that. So hiring an arborist is more about making sure if you want to have someone come by and trim your tree to make it safe around your house, they can inspect the tree for that purpose, but they have no real scientific background to make those types of decisions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Fred.
I was going to ask Supervisor McCartan if he would entertain a friendly amendment to add a botanist for approval, or a plant ecologist for approval.
It appears that would make more sense in this instance. So yes, based on what Supervisor Grenier just said, yes.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment. Is there a second? I'll say yes, I'll second it. And
Suzanne, I just have
I see your hand. Let me just make sure that we have what we need
Sure.
to include that. Is that? Okay. Go ahead, James.
just 30 seconds. And Jim Majewski may or may not know this off the top of his head. Looking at a project like Prickett, how many trees are we talking are going to need to be planted at that project? If he's still there.
He's still here, and his photographic
He's still
memory
here.
may be taxed.
I'm still here and
Yes.
I don't know that answer off the top of my head. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, again, are we really just looking at a small little microcosm of of the township that really isn't going to be, people personally planting trees that are non-native that they buy at a local garden center or Home Depot at their private residence may have a bigger impact than changing this by 10%.
And it's
James,
not
the
a
Courier
tremendous
article,
number of
not that
trees.
that's, sorry, Jim. A Courier article, I was just Googling it to see if I could get a number for you. It says about 1,600 trees at the site to keep in line with township code is what they have to plant.
So 160 would be the maximum based on a 10%, correct?
Assuming that number is right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, based
So
off the
I'm
60.
sure. How many households do we have in Lower Makefield Township, Kurt?
Just say 12,000.
12,000. So 12,000 residents tomorrow can go out and buy non-native trees and plant them on their property versus 160 trees that might be planted at a development. And the impact of those 160 trees is going to be greater than the 12,000 trees that people can plant at their own house. Do you see what my point is? It doesn't make sense. It's not logical.
It seems like you're only concerned about the developer's interest here.
No, I'm not.
Supervisor
What I'm
McCarty,
saying is it doesn't make
because you've
sense.
only calculated on the developer.
If we're going down this road, we really should be putting the hammer down on all non-natives at every residence, every square inch of land in Lower Makefield Township. Right?
That would be a different ordinance. I understand what you're saying, but this is specific to
But
developer
if we're really
ordinances.
but what I'm saying is if we're that passionate about it, if we're that concerned about it, there's so much passion around the ecosystem and the trees and all of this, that's really where our efforts should be concentrated, not on 160 trees that might be planted down at Prickett, right? There's 12,000 possible. I mean, if you multiply that times 2, it's 24,000 trees that might be planted within the township, right? So we're talking about 160 versus 12,000, and there's this much passion around it. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I understand the ordinance only talks about Saldo stuff, right? But really, if we're that concerned about the eco structure of Lower Makefield Township, it really should be addressing the 12,000 individual household that can plant as many of these trees as they want tomorrow.
So there are other developments. So are we?
Can we call the question? I mean, I appreciate that we're passionate, and I appreciate that there's divergent point of
Purely
views,
for
but
Prickett.
are we able to go to a vote? Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
No.
In favor, Fred, James, and Suzanne. In opposition, Dan and John. Thank you, everyone. We are now up to agenda item 11B, review of the Yardley Borough Pool Membership Agreement.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, I had brought up this agreement that we had uncovered weeks before that dates back about 20 years. And that agreement talked about, and I'll be short about this because we did discuss it at the last meeting, did discuss about at a time when there were no non-resident pool permits, allowing Yardley Borough resident households to register for the pool at the residential rate. And at the time, there was an agreement for the township to use a small rec room. I think that's been a bit antiquated in terms of our need for that room. There is a January 1st deadline every year, whether that continues forward or not. The process that we followed was Monica had taken, our Park and Rec director, had taken that agreement before the Park and Rec board because she found that right before their meeting to discuss this. Park and Rec board did not make a recommendation, but felt it should go to the board. We brought that to the board for discussion and consideration. The board at that time had asked if we had given the opportunity for Yardley Borough to comment, to weigh in, what have you. We hadn't because of the process that we followed that I described. Since that meeting, when the board asked that, I did forward over to Ms. Johnson, the borough manager of Yardley, that agreement, as well as some comments and insights regarding what I had just provided regarding the date, the timing, what have you. So that is back on the agenda for whatever the board would like to discuss. contemplate what have you this evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
Dan.
technically, for a discussion, you need a motion.
Okay, so does someone make a motion? I'll make a motion, just like I made last time, to discontinue the agreement with Yardley Borough. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fred. Go ahead, Dan, you want to just discuss?
Well, yeah, first I want to ask a question. Is there a new agreement proposed and that we'd be updating the current one? Or is it just completely throwing out the old agreement and assuming you treat Yardley like anybody else? I just want to make sure I'm clear on as to what we're doing here.
So I can answer that. So there is not a new agreement proposed. This does have a January 1st date on it as a requirement for it to continue in perpetuity. However, I'm speaking very objectively here. Doing something with this agreement does not preclude the board from considering something else if you all are so inclined to do so. It is just that the terms that this were outlined has this date 20 years ago that continued itself without action. So there's no agreement at this time proposed. But again, with the pool of Memorial Day opening, if the board was so inclined, there certainly would seem to be time to draft something new with Yardley Borough or any other neighbors that you all felt appropriate.
So
Wait a minute, Dan, Monica's at the mic.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to let you know that a decision would have to be made before registration opens. So registration opens in January. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
However, if the board was making a decision when registration opened, if something was pending, we could certainly make that clear if that board was so inclined for anybody that could be impacted in that regard.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dan, I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. So I mean, obviously it seems like this agreement is out of date, regardless of what the board chooses to do, right? So I guess it makes sense to dissolve what we currently have. That being said, my personal preference, for a variety of reasons, would be to extend a similar agreement in nature to what's previously been done, in that Yardley be treated as part of, similarly to Lower Makefield residents for their pool membership. For a variety of reasons, I feel strongly that Yardley and Lower Makefield, even though we may be different municipalities, we are most definitely a single community that's very unique as compared to other surrounding communities that we are neighbors with. I think Yardley and Lower Makefield share many services, other than just a zip code and a name. We share our services. We complement each other very well in most things. Our library is shared between the group. Our fire services are shared between the municipalities. Even our political clubs are shared between the groups. There's that much overlap between the two. I think so. I am, in the spirit of being neighborly, I would be okay extending I'll say local rates or Lower Makefield rates to Yardley Borough. Now, I understand from an economic perspective, there are two ways I look at this, and I'm open to discussion on this. I'm not hard either way. Honestly, years ago, the pool had a hard time making revenue when non-residents did not use the pool. So non-residents were extended an invitation to use the pool so that we could make revenue and keep the pool going as an asset, right? Part of that was to hopefully get the Yardley folks to come in, was to extend them these types of rates. One of my concerns is if we do raise rates on that group, is that we start to threaten our ability to make our numbers, and we do have ambitious numbers this year. So I hope the ambitious numbers do call for quite a high % revenue increase that will primarily and supplement be a primary, make the pool pay for itself, as well as paying for staff, based on some pretty, personal opinion, there's some pretty aggressive revenue goals. So there's two ways to look at this. You can try and squeeze as much juice out of the rock as you can to get more revenue out of the Yardley residents by raising their rates, or you can have a little bit better guarantee that they continue to be members by extending the township rates to them as our closest neighbors in multiple ways. So my initial thought is to update the agreement to reflect Yardley residents being granted lower Makefield rates. But I'm open to discussion on this. But that there is that special relationship that I'm very sensitive to on multiple levels.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any public
I would
comment?
support,
Go ahead, John.
yeah, I would support extending the resident rate to Yardley Borough residents. And I think who's the originator of the motion, would they consider that as a friendly amendment?
Not at this time.
As a compromise, would the maker of the motion consider early or for only the resident discount for early usage or
Not at
early
this-
purchase?
Not at this time. I think Dan makes some interesting points. I think it's something we should discuss. I will say I'm gonna come at it a little bit different. My bent is always going to be towards the Lower Makefield Township residents and, making sure that, we're putting them first and foremost. But I think Dan's made some interesting points, and I'd be happy to talk about it
Appreciate
in the
that.
future, immediate future, but not at this time. Fred?
Madam Chair? Yeah, the motion is to dissolve this agreement, that the agreement is obsolete, needs to be dissolved. And of course, we can make another agreement with Yardley Borough. I have no problem with that. What I do have an issue with is giving consideration just to Yardley Borough. Middletown no longer has a pool. Morrisville has no pool. Falls does have a pool, but they also have a dump, so I can understand how they pay for their pool. We could probably, if we're going to have an agreement with Yardley, in spite of our shared services, we have shared services with other municipalities that neighbor us. Of course, we can offer discounts to our neighbors. I feel though that there has to be something in return for the township. And as a steward of this township, and only wants what's best for this township. If we're going to do such an agreement with Yardley Borough, I think we need to make arrangements with our neighboring townships, and maybe not neighboring townships. I mean, we can go to all Lower Bucks County. If townships, say for example, if a township wishes to give us a fee to help O&M for the pool, we can offer their residents our preferred rates. That's just off the top of my head. We can do things like that. But I think to give Yardley special consideration as far as money without giving us something in return is not fair to our residents. And I appreciate some of the residents who feel that Yardley and Lower Makefield are one community. But in fact, we're two different municipalities. We have completely different services, save but a shared fire and emergency service organization. And clubs are not municipal organizations. They're private organizations that, through whatever reason, have decided to combine. So, although I appreciate our relationship with Yardley Borough, I think if we're going to do an agreement, it will be a new agreement, and then we should have some consideration for other townships. So at this time, I would not entertain a new agreement especially unilaterally with the borough until we can get together and discuss one.
Any other discussion? Any public comment? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Opposed.
So the motion passes 3-2. Fred, James, and Suzanne in favor, Dan and John in opposition. Thank you. Dave, Solicitor's Report.
Okay, briefly, we had an executive session tonight that began at 6:30. And at 7 o'clock, all supervisors participated in the executive session, along with Mr. Ferguson, myself. The chief was also present. Items related to litigation, collective bargaining, and informational items were discussed at the executive session. Under my report, there is a consideration of resolution number 2467, authorizing the approval and acceptance of an assignment of easement for sanitary sewer for Yardley Woods. This is a development that originally was under a prior developer. The successor and interest, we just need to clean up the record, so we have the assignment of the easement for the sanitary sewer. It's a blanket easement for all the sanitary sewer area in that area, and that it just is very simply just authorizes that assignment to take place. We would just ask for the board to consider doing that and vote in favor of that, if you make a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Dan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, James. Any discussion? Any public comment? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. There are next the zoning hearing board matters. There are 4. I will read all 4 of them, but we are recommending deferral on items A, B, and D respectively, and participation in item C. Item A, appeal number 21-1942, John Steinman applies for the property located at 27 Houston Road, tax parcel 20-019-003, requesting a variance from Township Zoning Ordinance 200-23 capital B to increase the impervious surface from the existing 16.3% to 25.6%, where 24% is the allowable amount in order to install a 1,368 square foot addition. I do recall from the application there was some stormwater mitigation proposed. We would recommend deferral unless there's a different sentiment from the board. Hearing none, we'll move to item B. Appeal number 21-1943, Paul and Elise Willard applied for a variance for property located at 963 Princess Drive, tax parcel 20-057-020. They request a variance from the Township Zoning Ordinance 200-23B, same as the prior one, excuse me, to increase impervious surface from the existing 17.21% to 22.67%, where 18% is the allowable amount, in order to install an in-ground pool with concrete decking and patio along with a shed. Again, I recall that there was some stormwater mitigation requested, and of course, the zoning hearing board is very well equipped to handle these, as they have dealt with many of these in the past several years, especially. Unless there's a contrary sentiment, we recommend deferral to the zoning hearing board. Item C, appeal 21-1944, Simon and Donay Taylor for the property located at 1513 David Terrace, tax parcel 20-055-061. Requested variance from Township Zoning Ordinance 200-55 point capital B1 small a, limiting the encroachments within the floodway area in order to construct a retaining wall to mitigate erosion caused by an existing stream. As indicated when I started in this area of the agenda, we recommend participation. It is in a floodway area. There's a stream that apparently has been diverted. Placing a retaining wall, I'm no engineer, but having done construction work in the past, something like this may divert water in a way that would be a burden on other properties. I don't know that as a fact, but that's something I think that requires us to participate and have some engineering input as well. So we recommend participation, but that would require a vote by the board in the affirmative for that purpose.
I'd like to make a motion to oppose this variance request. I can explain why if someone wanted a second.
I'll second.
Thanks, James. And it's not, I understand that they're trying to deal with erosion. However, building a retaining wall to deal with erosion. That means, so let me back up. The floodway, by definition, is the area of the floodplain where you actually have, during a flood, flows. That's the most dangerous part of a floodway, of a floodplain. So the floodplain, you have your floodway where you get the flow during a storm, and that flood fringe where it kind of pools up like on the side, but you're not getting flow. Floodways are highly regulated no matter what state you're in. Putting a retaining wall there, you're likely going to get washout around that retaining wall to the point where that retaining wall can become a hazard in and of itself. So that if I had stream bank erosion in that situation, I would look for something less constructed where they actually deal with the root cause. And I apologize for the pun, given that oftentimes the way you do that is for two primary ways to do that, or you use something like a riprap or stone versus constructing a retaining wall to deal with the issue, or they have this a little more organic approach is you use a root wad, which is the bottom of a big tree, and you just drive it into the ground and you build around it, and that creates a natural embankment versus that is not a flood hazard that would get washed down. The fact that they're wanting to build a retaining wall in a floodway to me is concerning. And quite honestly, I'm not sure that'll fly with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or the Pennsylvania DEP when you take a look at that at their what the proposal is. So that's food for thought. I hope hopefully we don't they wouldn't get a variance approved that could then they forget to go get some other permits that are required, and we're creating an issue where I know they have to Dave, I believe they're by the letter of the law they're supposed to be subject to any other permits, but they might not realize that or go get them.
Correct.
And this is one where they would have to go get them.
Yep. So there's a motion and a second. I don't know if there's any other discussion. If not, I don't know if there's any public comment either, but.
Is there any public comment? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Okay. So we are directed to oppose. We will certainly follow through with that then. And I'll.
So Dave, 4-1 against.
4-1, I'm sorry. Okay. So there would be we will consult with the engineers as well. I'll follow through on some of that. Finally, item D under 13, appeal number 21-1945, Crystal and John Howe. Request variances for the property located 1373 Colony Way, tax parcel 20-059-272, requesting a variance from the Township Zoning Ordinance 200-23B, again, the impervious surface, the one that was mentioned, A and B respectively, from the existing 19.8% to 27.4%, where 18% is the allowable amount in order to install concrete pool decking. Again, we recommend deferral, as the zoning hearing board is very well equipped to deal with these issues. That'd be my recommendation, but I'll defer to the board if they have other thoughts. Hearing none, that's all I have. I know zoning inspections and planning, Mr. Majewski, I think, is ready to address those. And it's not listed here on the agenda, but we do have resolutions that my partner Barbara Kirk prepared today to, in the event that these are approved, that we have resolutions that can be executed to memorialize those.
Can't read with my glasses.
Do you have to state your full name? No.
Jim Majewski here, Director of Planning and Zoning. There's two items that we have for consideration by the Board of Supervisors. One is this consideration of granting a 25-foot wide access and utility easement across tax parcel 20-63-271 in favor of tax parcel 20-32-23. This is for a piece of property that's at the intersection of Acorn Drive and Big Oak Road. The applicant for the property is proposing to build a single-family dwelling in the house. It's about 2.3 acres of property. There's a narrow strip of township land in between Acorn Drive and their property. It's a leftover remnant parcel that's an actual tax parcel that was created by the recording of the subdivision plan for that development. And they would require an easement to cross over to have their driveway come out to Acorn Drive along with some of their utilities. If they didn't have this easement, they would have to clear out woods out to Big Oak Road, get a highway occupancy permit from the state. Would actually cause more tree clearing and more disturbance than cutting out to our road. And our township ordinances prefer that people take access for any driveway from the lower order street so that it's safer for the residents.
So is there a motion?
Make a motion to grant 25-foot wide access and utility easement across tax parcel 20-63-271 in favor of tax parcel 20-32-23.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, James. Is there any discussion by the board? Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Since they are essentially a permanent easement, is the township being compensated at all for the easement access?
I don't believe that's part of this.
Okay. I'm looking at the parcel map, and it's at least in this aerial, it's both the township parcel and the I'll call it the parcel of interest for development are completely wooded. I think I'm correct there, Jim.
That is correct.
Okay, and
there's
then
also some wetlands on that property. Their site plan will avoid the wetlands and the 50-foot buffer around it. And basically, that's another reason for them taking access from Acorn Drive.
okay, so it would allow us to. Can they meet other buffer requirements then? I'm assuming does this qualify as a woodlands too?
Yes.
Okay. So they're gonna have, okay, so they're gonna clear some of our township woodlands to save some of theirs, and not only theirs, but to save wetlands buffers and other important natural resources. So that's the way to minimize impact. Okay.
Correct.
I don't love it, but I get it. I can make that.
Anyone else? Any public comment? And with that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 14B on the agenda is consideration of granting a 20-foot wide water main easement and a 10-foot wide temporary construction easement across tax parcel 20-6-67 for the Pricker Preserve development. This is at the end of Surrey Lane, which is in the Bridal Estates development. For the Pricker Preserve project, in discussions that the developers had with the water company and also with our fire company, the pressures that we currently have in the office park area where the Hampton Inn is, the Dunkin' Donuts, and the Pricker Preserve are a little bit low. So their solution to this is to do an interconnection of the water line between the existing water lines and Stony Hill Road through an easement that they are obtaining from the farmer who is across the street on Route 332, across a narrow strip of land that the township owns and out and connecting into the existing main in Surrey Lane. This will equalize the pressures throughout this area and improve fire protection services for the development and the office park. The alternative is to install big water tanks on their property to provide themselves with enough pressure to fight fires. However, this would not help out the adjoining office park, which would still have slightly low pressures.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to grant the 20-foot wide main easement and a 10-foot wide temporary construction easement across tax parcel 20-006-067 for the Prickett Preserve development. It's in the Surrey Lane area.
Second.
Thank you, James. Any discussion? Yes, Dan?
Yeah. Mr. Majewski, can you clear, I'm looking at least what comes up as Surrey Lane on a tax parcel. Does this require going through the large agricultural field that's there to the south of Surrey Lane?
That is correct.
In the aerial signature of this looks like there's either in that area where I'm assuming they'd have to run, it looks like it's been channelized. It looks like there may be an historic stream or wetlands there that they would have to run right through. Has that been verified by the developer?
I don't believe there's a stream running through there. There might be a little bit of a band of erosion, but there is no stream, historic or otherwise. You know, occasionally farm fields, you do get some erosive features that develop, that move somewhat year to year as you plow the fields. And I believe
Yeah.
Dan is referencing this feature through here where my cursor's moving.
Yeah, it's more pronounced. That's part of it. It's actually more pronounced on the sort of just off the image in both directions. But yes, that's where I'm looking. And then so so we get same question as last time, Jim. Are we being compensated at all for these easements?
No.
That I guess I should ask. What's without seeming like I'm being, I'll say these. Why not? I guess is the only way I can think of asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm asking why we're not being compensated for their permanent easements across our ag land.
Basically, we get a benefit from it as a township in that we get an improvement in the fire protection services for our existing corporate park that's on Stony Hill Road, where the Hampton Inn and the Dunkin' Donuts is. They're basically at their expense, providing a connection for us to help improve our ability to fight fires in that area.
Are these farmland preservation lands?
No, they're not. The
They're not,
farm
okay.
in question is privately owned farm to the north, or not north, to the east of where the line is the Wright Farm. That is not, it's just a regular farm. Farmland preservation is over off the screen. It would be up to the top of the screen as you're looking at it. To the below the water line is the other Wright Farm that the township obtained an easement for conserving as a farmland about 15 years ago.
And my last question so I understand the 20-foot wide water main easement for fire safety issues. Is the 10-foot wide temporary construction easement across the parcel, is that for the construction of the water main, or is that for some other construction?
Just for the construction of the water main.
Okay.
The permanent easement, 20 feet, is more than sufficient, but during construction, it's good to have just an extra 10 feet for a truck to go back and forth if needed.
Yeah. And they're going to be required to restore it to its original state after the fact so it can go back to being farmed?
That is correct.
Okay. No other questions? Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Dan. Anyone else? Any public comment? And with that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. We're now up to public comment. Is there any public comment down the line? Adrian, nothing from you? No?
She's still there.
Any public comment on the line? No? Sorry, I
No
didn't see you.
public
Sorry about
comment
that.
online.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Any discussion items? Any supervisor reports? Starting with me, I have nothing to add other than tonight's conversation, so I'll pass it along to you, James.
I have nothing to add at this point.
Thank you, James. Fred?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Fred. John?
Yeah, Thursday, members of the Trenton Mercer Review Board will be meeting with our state senator and others to talk about options to deal with the Mercer Airport expansion. Well, that's not a formal meeting. It's a collection of local elected officials working on that issue. I have no other supervisor reports. I do want to wish everybody a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Kwanzaa. Have a great time. And that's Festivus for the rest of us. So yes, and that's all I have.
Thank you, John. Dan?
I think you forgot Saturnalia there, John. I get a couple here. The Electric Reliability Committee did not meet, but they did reach out to see if we may have an opportunity to have PICO before the board come early next year. That's still going to be one of their priorities. The Historical Commission met Monday morning. They did not have a quorum. However, they are coming up with recommendations, I'm told, related to our request to review the Edgewood Village Point project by the Troilos. Harb also met last night. Again, they were, I believe, one person short of a quorum, so it was actually a pretty good meeting where the neighbor to the project, Dr. Semino and Mrs. Semino, attended the meeting. And they're going to have another meeting next month prior to the zoning hearing board. But they, at this stage of we heard from the Seminos, they are opposed to all of the variance requests that we heard at our last meeting, just so we're all aware. And the Harb, even they could not take a vote, obviously. They're hoping to have a quorum next meeting, but generally they are very similar comments to what we all made at our meeting, just for flavor, without getting into the details. So we should see something from them next month when they meet. Planning Commission meeting was canceled. Otherwise, I just want to say, since it's the end of the year, we don't know what our assignments are going to be. Just wanted to say thank you to all of the boards and committees that I got to liaise with this past year. They've been very hardworking, great volunteers in a very difficult, uncertain time here with COVID. They'll put in a great deal of effort, and appreciate them. And if I have an opportunity to liaise with any of these boards again, I would jump at the chance. So other than that, as Supervisor Lewis and others said, happy holidays to anyone celebrating holidays over the next few weeks.
Thank you, Dan. Any other business? Any appointments?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Lori Hopman to the Golf Committee.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the appointment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Sorry about that. Welcome, Lori. You'll be hearing from us shortly. And then with that, there being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of 2021. Have a good night.
Thanks, guys.
Good
Good
night.
night.